Sorry. For some reason, it was like, you want to hear it twice. Good morning, everyone. Let me just see if I can add Jamie to the stage. Oh, no. There's still two Jamies. I do not know why.
Get rid of one of them.
I can't get rid of one. You have to remove yourself. All right, everyone. Well, everyone. Deb and Leah is everyone. We're ready for round 2 of the Murder Live, Burned Alive murder trial. Deb says, okay, no politics. As I see, we don't support the same people. Good thing about this, Deb, is because Leah and I are both Canadian. We have no say in American politics. I'm going to say this, though, because Americans will sign in or later come in. No matter who won the election, if you're happy or you're sad, just remember your neighbors have been your neighbors for a very, very long time. And no matter what politician is in, I like to say it used to be a glamorous White House, but it is not anymore. In the White House, no matter what politician is in that White House, male, female, white, brown, yellow, red, orange, green, does not matter who is in there. Your neighbors are still going to be your neighbors. So take this advice from a Canadian. Remember, it's only 4 years and your neighbor has been there. And the people you see walking down the street, no matter who they voted for, politicians change every 4 years. So just be kind, no matter who your neighbor is or who they voted for or what type of hats they wear or anything like that. Just be kind to them because it's only 4 years. And then we get the next politician that is going to be an asshole in their own right. Hello, Michael. Because guess what? It doesn't matter what politician it is. They're always going to be assholes. Good morning, Michael. I wanted to say good morning, Lee. Good morning, Deb. So as a Canadian, I'm asking my American friends to just remember that people are not all people aren't politicians. We put our clothes on the same way. We go to the bathroom the same way. We eat the same way. We drink the same way. We have fun the same ways. So don't worry about what politician it is. Be friendly to everyone. Deb, okay, please be done with politics. I have very strong feelings and want to support here. And that's Deb. That is absolutely fine. I'm not talking politics. I'm asking people to be friendly to each other, no matter who got voted in last night. I'm a Canadian. Does your politicians screw us up around here? Yeah, they do. But guess what? I don't care who's in office down there. I'm willing to be friendly to everyone, no matter who they voted for. And that's all I'm saying. Don't look at your neighbor differently because they voted for someone else. That's all I'm saying. But I didn't bring up the politics. The president is the commander-in-chief, is prior military. It matters. Absolutely, the president matters. But I'm sorry if people think that politicians aren't assholes. Because I'm a Canadian and I can tell you politicians are assholes. I've got one in office here that I can't wait to get rid of. I'm Michael. I'm excited. I'm happy that the election's over too. But I didn't bring up politics. I didn't bring it up once.
Bravo Judge Dukes presides.
Y'all be seated. Thank you. Good morning. Over there, you left some right there. Hello.
But if you can't support me, Deb, because I can clearly tell who you voted for, and I didn't even ask. That's up to you, and I appreciate your opinion on it. But I'm not going to. I'm not going to be silenced and say be nice to your neighbors and say I can't say that because of people voted for certain people. We don't get like that here in Canada. We don't do that. We might not like it, but it doesn't rule our life. The politicians don't rule our lives here.
Still waiting on one juror, right?
But that is a prime example right there that I have to say is because I'm saying politicians aren't the end all, the be all. And people matter and your neighbors matter. But then I get the president or have strong feelings. And if I don't stop talking about it, somebody's not going to support here. That's not right. I appreciate you, Deb. You know I do, but that actually is not very nice. So, Michael, I don't know if you know this case. This guy here, Craig Lewis, beat and tortured his wife and set her on fire. She died 10 months later. But this case screams corruption. Absolutely, Deb, your feelings are important. I'm not saying they're not. But I didn't say to you, I know who you voted for, and I'm not being mean to you about it. Because I could care less who people voted for. I drilled Jamie last night. I'm like, what's going on? Why is this happening? But I would never, ever once say anything mean to you because of who you voted for. And it's clear I can 100% guess who you voted for. But I don't give a crap, guys. I'm Canadian. I don't care.
Okay. Just standard jury charges from a murder case that we tried and called in before Judge
They're just talking about that. I don't care who you voted for. Doesn't matter to me. I know a little bit about the case, but not enough to engage in conversation. That's why I like your channel. Good info on cases. Thanks, Michael. And I still think the world of you, Deb. I just don't think, like, today's going to be a day. No matter what channel you're on, you're going to have this. You're going to have people going on about this, whatever. I just wanted to put out there, I don't give a crap who anybody voted for. I just want people to remember that a politician, no matter who it is, should not divide. If it was a female, male, white, brown, red, orange, green, purple, I don't give a shit. People need to stand together. You voted for who you wanted to vote for. Done, over with. You got 4 years. That's all. Let's just pray it's a good 4 years.
Those were his standard charges. The only thing, obviously, that may not apply is if defendant takes the stand, failure to testify is in there.
Thank you very much. You copy counsel with them,
I
I
did.
assume? Okay.
I'll look at them. I haven't seen them this morning yet.
Yeah, and I appreciate you doing that. We'll get maybe an early start at some point on that.
Okay.
Hey, Leah, I'm just going to say, like, we have our opinions. We don't vote for these people, but I'm going to say the same thing about our prime minister. We could call our prime minister a sicko because he fucking is. There's a reason he's not a teacher no more. So I'm not going to name call anybody down south and who's in the White House. I just know that I used to think that White House was beautiful. But let's just end the whole political thing. It's done. It's over with. The world got what the world got for 4 years. Yeah, he's never been. Unfortunately, Leah, I have to say I voted for him twice. So I have to say, JT, I'm part of that mistake twice. And I will never be part of that mistake again. That guy is too much for me. But as of right now, no more political talk.
Oh, good. Well, bring them in, please. Thanks.
All right. So that being said, guys, I have to go to work. Jamie is here. Jamie, can you pull up chat? I'm not sure.
Give me 1 second. I can't even link my channel, so give me 1 second.
I don't know what's going on with that.
Yeah, I
Okay.
can. Yeah, I can.
Okay. So I am heading to work. I'm going to mute myself on this end just in case my dog starts barking. There you go, Michael. How about them Cleveland Brown football team? Worst team again. Hey, there you go. No, you did not, Leah. I know you didn't start it. All right. I'm going to mute myself on this end because if my dog starts barking, you'll hear it, but I will be joining in. I'll be in chat until breaks. Thanks again for co-hosting.
I'm not even, yeah, I am still co-hosting. No problem.
Good morning. Everyone rested and ready to go? And I see some coats and things. Everybody ready for the air conditioning to turn on? All right, good. And my instructions from a couple of days ago with regard to discussing the case with anyone, has everyone complied with those instructions? Has anyone tried to contact any of you with regard to this case? Okay, thank you so much. All right then, let us begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Shauna Tozier.
Your affirmative testimony about to give before in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Take a seat when you get to stand. State your name again for the record. Very last.
Shauna Mullen, Mullen.
Good morning, Deputy Mullen.
Good morning.
Since 2019, have you been married?
I have.
Okay, and so your maiden name was what?
My previous married name was Tozier.
Okay, previous. I apologize, but if we say Tozier, we're talking about you, right?
Yep.
Okay. Who do you work for?
Colleton County Sheriff's Office.
And who did you work for in January of 2019?
Colleton County Sheriff's Office.
Did you take a break from Collin in between there?
I did.
All right. Did you move away?
I did.
All right. And when did you come back to Collin?
August of 2023.
When you were working for Collin in January of 2019, what was your position?
I was an investigator.
And what was your role in the investigation against Craig Lewis?
I assisted with the investigation, collecting evidence, interviews.
On January 17th of 2019, where did you respond?
I responded to the hospital first.
All right. To what sort of call?
It came out as a burn patient from a possible domestic situation.
What were your observations once you got to the hospital?
The patient was already prepared to be flown out. She was wrapped. The only thing that was visible was her feet and her hair area. I could see that it was like singed.
Okay. Was Craig Lewis there?
He was not.
Who was there?
Her daughter, Leanne.
All right. Did you speak to her?
I did.
What did you do after the hospital?
I went to the house on Wade Hampton.
All right. Was that 273 Wade Hampton?
It was.
And was Craig Lewis there?
He was.
All right. What did you observe when you got to Wade Hampton?
Other investigators on scene already had him detained.
And what did you do after that?
I advised him of his Miranda rights.
Okay. How did you do that?
I read it from a card.
And did he state anything as afterward?
He did.
Okay. And feel free to refer to your report, of course.
After I advised him of his Miranda rights, the first thing that Lewis stated was that he did not do anything to his wife.
Okay. Did you ask him anything after that?
Lewis stated that that his wife was trying to start the heater when her pant legs caught on fire. When I asked Lewis what he did next, he did not have an answer. I asked Lewis how he attempted to put his wife's pant legs out, and he was like, "What do you mean?" I asked Lewis how he got the fire out, and Lewis stopped talking.
Was that the extent of your conversation with Mr. Lewis?
It was.
Okay. At some point, did officers come back with a search warrant?
They did.
Did you assist in execution of that search warrant?
I did.
All right. I'm going to hand you what has been marked as states 71. Sorry, let me do 70 first and 71. And ask if you can identify what's contained in these packages. This is 70. States Exhibit 70. And this is for identification purposes only at this time.
Item number 9, placard 15, 16, and 17. It's swabs.
All right. Are those swabs that you took from those placard numbers?
They are.
All right. And what were they swabs of?
Blood. What I thought to be blood at the time.
Okay. And you took those swabs?
I did.
All right. And again, for identification purposes, States Exhibit 71. Can you identify this?
Appears to be a swab as well,
All right,
from placard 28.
all right. I'm going to hand you what's been entered as states 36, 37, 38, and 39, and ask if these are the bloody footprints from which you took those swabs. And then the last one is not a footprint, but can you describe what that is?
It is like the entertainment center, like the shelving that was to the right side of the television.
Okay.
And yes, they are where I took the blood swabs from.
Okay. And the placard numbers indicate the same as what appeared on those bags that you just identified?
They did.
All right. What sort of training do you have? Do you have any crime scene training?
I do. I went to college for forensic science and crime scene investigation.
All right. Can you just describe what sort of classes and training you have in crime scene?
Just basic, like collection, processing. We did a little bit of like blood trace, nothing like too extensive. Interviews and interrogation.
All right. I'm going to put up State's Exhibit 33. Sorry, this should lighten up a little bit more. But Deputy Mullen, do you recognize what's contained in State's Exhibit 33?
It looks like the doors of the fireplace from inside the home.
And can you describe your observations regarding the doors of the fireplace?
There's burnt residue on the front, both doors.
All right, and are you talking about these black marks?
Yes.
What did that indicate to you?
That indicates that the fireplace doors were closed at the time that the victim was on fire. The clothing falling off of her from the fire looks like it splattered down onto it.
Objection. The state has not established that this witness is an expert as it relates to residue or placement of this crime scene. She just said that she was an investigator at that particular time, and simply that. She can only say what she saw. She drew a conclusion, and that has not been established that she has the ability to do so.
Without issuing an opinion, I think she can testify to her observations regarding the outside.
I agree with that, but she's straight into opinion of things.
So you noticed the burn debris on the outside.
That's correct.
Okay. States 25. What is this a picture of?
The fireplace with the door open.
Did you look at the inside of those doors?
I did.
All right. What did you notice about the inside of the doors?
There was none of the residue on the inside.
All right. The next day, January 18th, what did you do that day?
On the 18th, I went to 595 Kansas City Road to make contact with an individual there.
Okay. Whose residence is Kansas City Road?
It was also Craig Lewis's residence.
What did you see when you got there?
There was a burn pit in the front that was still burning, and there was a trailer with like cotton and like charred substance on it.
Okay. Eventually was a search warrant gotten for that residence?
It was.
Were certain items collected from that residence?
There were.
What sort of items were collected?
There was the trailer, the items on the trailer. I believe there was stuff from the fire that was collected.
Okay. All right, I'm going to show you what's been entered as State's Exhibit 55 and ask if this is the trailer that you're referring to.
It is.
55, it's been entered. Yeah, just show these. All right, so trailer located at Kansas City. States 73, 74, and 75 are pictures of what?
The deck of the trailer and the items on the trailer.
And those were items that were collected from the trailer?
I believe so.
Okay. And those consisted of what?
It appeared to be cotton and some burnt wood, I believe is what it was.
Finally, I'm showing you States 54. Is this one of the burn pits that you saw
It is.
and collected items from?
It is.
Now, let me ask you, Deputy Mullen, were any of the items from Kansas City ever sent off to SLED for testing?
They were not.
They were not.
Okay.
Was there a particular reason?
We could not 100% say they were the items that came from the Wade Hampton house. They appeared to be, but then it was found the next day, so we could not establish what had happened between the time of the incident and the time that we found them on Kansas City.
Okay. Did you ever, between either one of the search warrants that were executed, did you ever find any burned clothing of Terry's?
We did not.
All right. That's all I have. Please answer any questions that Ms. Bright Matthews may have for you.
May it please the court. It's hard to call you Miss Mullen.
That's
so
okay.
Forgive me if I just say Shauna.
No problem.
At the time that you arrived at the scene, meaning on Wade Hampton Avenue, were you a ranking officer?
I was an investigator.
And is that, you weren't a lieutenant, you weren't a
I'm sorry.
sergeant, and you weren't a captain or a major, isn't that right?
I was maybe a corporal. I don't remember what I was at the time.
Okay. And when you arrived, how many officers were there?
A few. I
What-
can't say for certain.
You'd already gone to the hospital.
I did.
And is it fair to say there was at least 7 or 8 officers there?
I couldn't tell you for certain.
More than 4 or less than 4?
Probably more than 4, I would think.
Okay. Who can you remember as already being there when you got there?
I remember Eubanks, Marcarella, Stallings, David.
David Long?
Yes, David Long, sorry. Varnado. I believe Padgett was there as well.
Okay.
That's all I remember being there.
If my count's right, we're at 6. 6 officers were there.
Yes,
And was Craig Lewis already placed in handcuffs?
he was.
Was he seated in a white chair?
I don't know.
Where was he when you got there?
I don't remember where he was exactly.
You don't?
I don't.
Where was he when you read his Miranda rights to him?
In front of me. I don't
Standing,
remember.
sitting, laying down the ground? Were you inside the house, outside of
I
the
know
house?
we were outside by
Okay.
the carport area.
Okay, and you don't remember anything else other than that?
I don't remember if he was standing or sitting.
I think do you think it kind of odd that you as the corporal potentially or investigator have in your report that you read him the Miranda rights when David Long, who's your superior, was there first on the scene and had already said that he read him the Miranda rights?
Do I find it odd?
Yeah,
No,
okay. But you did write a report,
I did.
and in your report, you gave exactly what he said to you, correct?
I didn't quote it.
Okay. Did you have in your car the normal forms that you usually have where you advise a person of their Miranda and make them sign an initial and agree that they're going to provide a statement? Did you have that form with you?
No,
You don't keep that form with you?
I was not in my vehicle that day.
Okay. Was any officer of the other 6 people present there where they had the Miranda form so that my client could sign saying that he understood his rights and was still going to talk?
I can't testify to what they had.
Did you ask? No. Since you took the statement, you read it from a card and you were questioning him, did you ask, anybody got a form?
I did not ask.
Okay. Did anybody have a cam?
A
Body
camera?
camera? Body cam?
No,
Did you have your physical camera, phone, where you could have used your video on it?
I probably had my phone on me
Okay, and you keep it on you, don't you?
most times.
Okay. You arrived at the scene at 3:15?
Somewhere around there. If that's what the call log says, then that's
No,
correct.
I'm reading from your report you just read to her.
Around 3:15, I responded to the hospital.
Okay, and you wrote this report pretty soon after this, so there's no reason to now say that you're not sure. 3:15 was when you got over to the house, at the hospital, excuse me.
It says around. So
Okay, I got
somewhere
it.
around there.
I got it, that's fine. Around 3:15, you
Mhm.
arrived at the hospital.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you arrived at the hospital, you talked to the nurse first. Do you remember the name of the nurse?
I don't believe I talked to the nurse.
Okay. Do you remember what time it was, or did you take the statement you received from anybody at the hospital? Any statements?
No,
Okay. Did you ask to look at the Miss Lewis?
She was laying wrapped next to me
And how close did you get to Miss Lewis?
within a couple of feet, probably.
Did you check out her feet?
They were untouched.
What does untouched mean?
They were unburned.
They were not burned.
Correct.
Did you take a photograph of that?
No.
Did you ask anyone with the hospital whether or not you could take any swab of her skin to see if there was any accelerant on it?
I did not.
Did you talk to the doctor that was on duty, Dr. Fisher?
I don't believe I did.
Did anyone that went to the hospital ask the doctor what Miss Lewis told them happened?
I can't speak for what anyone else did.
Is it your testimony that you never talked to Nurse Bishop that came earlier to testify?
I don't remember speaking with her.
And isn't it fair that if you had, it would have been in your report?
I would assume it would be.
Okay. And when you left the hospital, did you believe in your investigative mode? Did you believe that you needed to preserve the video of Craig Lewis bringing his wife into the hospital? Did you believe a crime had been committed?
I believed that it was possible a crime had been committed.
And so, understanding your responsibilities as an investigator, did you put the hospital on notice that, hey, I need you to preserve the video all the way from the emergency room entrance, the parking lot, as well as Mr. Lewis coming in to the hospital?
I did not.
Did you have this conversation or a conversation in reference to this with any of your superiors that were supposed to be supervising your investigation
Have what conversation with them?
about preserving evidence?
I don't believe I did.
Okay. How and what was your tone of voice when you asked Craig what happened?
I believe I was just monotone.
Just like you are today.
I believe so.
And you just said it in that tone when he said his wife was trying to start the heater when her pant legs caught on fire. Then you asked him, you tried to ask further, how he attempted to put his wife's pant legs out. And he said, "What you mean?" Did you respond?
I asked Lewis how he got the fire out.
And you responded in the same tone you're responding today?
I would imagine.
Okay. Did you see any blood on the bottom of Terry Lewis's foot at the hospital?
I don't recall if there was blood or not.
You said it was untouched and unwrapped.
They were unburned.
Thank you. Now, Shauna, there's been a lot of talk, Corporal Mullen, there's been a lot of talk about the fact that the department did not require that officers wear body-worn cameras. You did not have a body-worn camera that day.
I did not.
What capacity do you work with the Sheriff's Department today?
Today I'm a deputy.
You're a deputy, you're not an investigator anymore?
That's correct.
And to your knowledge, does the investigators or members of CID, do they wear body cams today in 2024?
We do.
And Are they required? Now, deputies are required to, the CID.
I believe they do.
Okay. Now, back when you left the sheriff department for that, I think you stayed away 3 years.
Approximately.
You moved to New York.
I did.
And wouldn't you agree with me that when you were involved in an unfortunate officer involved shooting where someone died, it would have helped if you had had a body worn camera, wouldn't it, when SLED came knocking at your door?
I don't necessarily know if it would have helped.
It would have
I would
exonerated.
object to relevance at this point. I'm not sure what that has to do with the, whether or not Craig Lewis murdered his wife.
I am on cross, and this goes to the issue of the body worn cameras and this officer's conduct and demeanor.
Officer conduct, unless it has to do with truthfulness, it would not be relevant.
Yeah, I'm going to sustain the objection. Another unrelated incident, I mean, you can certainly ask whether, in general, is it better to have a video than not have a video, which I think is the point you're trying to make.
Was there video of that incident where you were involved?
Objection, Your Honor. We're still going down the road of some other incident that has nothing to do with Craig Lewis and the murder of Terry Lewis.
I will withdraw it, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
The debris that we showed that was on the trailer. I'm going to show you Exhibit 55. It's a picture of the trailer. Did you collect the debris off of the trailer?
I personally did not.
How many people went out to serve this warrant, search warrant?
I'm not sure.
Did you have the ability to collect? Because it's not I expect the trailer should have debris on it, but how many people went out to execute this search warrant? Why didn't somebody just take the stuff off the trailer so that it could be examined?
They would have needed the search warrant to take the stuff from the trailer.
And you had a search warrant that next day, and you had the trailer there at the house, but instead you hauled the trailer away instead of taking the debris that needed to be examined away, didn't you?
I personally did not.
Well, who did?
I can't say for certain. I was not on scene.
And that trailer has been in the sheriff's department's custody since 2019, the day after this incident, and has not been examined by a SLED. No one has even fingerprinted test substance on it, and you still have it. And you're here today, and it's not really relevant for anything other than to show cotton balls on it, isn't it?
What is your question?
Is it relevant? Is that trailer relevant to this case other than to say what you just said in direct examination, that it has cotton on it?
At the time, we believed that it moved the couch from the original crime scene.
And did it have the couch on the trailer when you seized the trailer?
It did not.
Court's indulgence. Was it your responsibility to preserve the 911 call?
It was not.
Did you attempt to speak to the person that called 911?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
While you were at the scene of Wade Hampton Avenue, did you go and speak to any of the neighbors about what you thought might have been a crime?
I did not.
Did you look for any cameras in the neighborhood?
I did not.
Thank you.
What cameras in the neighborhood showed what occurred within 273 Wade Hampton Drive?
They would not.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Cameras would have shown whether or not Craig hurried his wife out of the house, took her and put her in the car, and whether he was trying to hurt her, wouldn't it have?
Objection. That would be conjecture. We don't know what cameras would have shown.
I am on cross, and Your Honor, she opened the door regarding the
I
camera.
think if you asked could rather than would, that might resolve the issue.
Cameras could have shown what happened as Craig and his wife entered the house, came out of the house to go to the hospital, couldn't it have?
They could have.
It could also have shown a cleanup that has been suggested by some of your other officers that Craig was taking part in, couldn't it have?
Could have.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else related to cameras?
No, Your Honor. I would ask that this witness be excused.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you. All right, state calls Leanne Kellum Crum.
Raise your right hand. Left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about the recording this trial shall be the truth? So help you God? Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Leanne Cronky, Cronkey.
Good morning, Leanne.
Morning.
Thank you for being here today and all week. Beg the court's indulgence. Just want to have my ducks in a row for you. All right. Leanne, who is Terry Lewis?
She was my mother.
How would you describe your relationship with your mother?
I spoke to my mother or saw my mother many times a day, almost every day. There was rarely a day I did not speak with her or see her. You know, for most of my life, I lived only a couple of miles away from her. We were very close, my kids and me and her. We did everything together.
Okay. Do you have siblings?
I do not.
Okay. So you were her only child
Yes.
and obviously only daughter.
Yes.
How long have you known Craig Lewis?
Probably since I was in high school.
Right. Y'all went to school together?
It was different schools.
Okay. But you were in school at the same
Yes.
time, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And how long, can I have you point out Craig Lewis? Do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes.
All right. And where is he seated?
Next to Miss Bright Matthews.
Okay, thank you. How long had Craig and Terry been married?
I am horrible with dates. I would say at least 20 years.
Okay. The house at 273 Wade Hampton, when did Terry purchase that house?
I was in high school when she bought that house. I believe I was a junior, so probably around 1994.
All right, so so at the time of her death, she had been in that house for about 25 years.
Yeah, I would say that's close.
And I'm just showing you State's Exhibit 2. This is the house that we're talking about.
Yes.
All right. Did you spend a lot of time in that house with your mom?
The first couple of years, I lived in that house. And then, some visits here and there, but, mostly just to pick her up for us to go places or, the last few years I hadn't spent a lot of time in the house with her, no.
Had you routinely been inside the house?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Over the years?
Yes.
All right. Was there a fireplace in that house?
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 25. Is this the fireplace you recall being in the house?
It is.
Is that the same fireplace that's always been in that house?
Yes, it was in it when we moved in.
Did your mother light fires in that fireplace?
Yes.
How often?
Anytime she was cold, she, always had access to wood that was up under the carport. So anytime she was cold, that was her first thing to do was light a fire.
To your knowledge, did she ever have any issues lighting a fire?
No.
She ever burn herself?
No.
Did she ever have an explosion?
No.
I'm trying to get back to the bleeding.
Try to avoid specifics that would be leading.
Okay. Actually, Leanne, one more question about this picture.
Yeah.
States 25. There's a photograph to the left of the fireplace. Who is that?
That is me. That usually hung right here since we had moved in. It looks like the frame is missing. I don't know if it fell or what have you, but it always hung right to the left of the fireplace.
From what you observed, how would you describe Terry and Craig's relationship in general?
Sometimes really good, sometimes really bad. Of course they had arguments.
I understand.
It's really hard to say. It was a very odd relationship at times. It seemed fairly normal for a long time. Things, the last few years there were issues that I witnessed. Nothing physical, I will say. It was mostly verbal. I know at one point there was some infidelity. Then I saw the text messages.
Okay. Just what you personally observed, but I think you answered that question.
Yes.
So thank you. Did your mom, without saying what she told you, did your mom talk to you about her relationship with Craig?
Yes.
Did you ever give her any advice about her relationship with Craig?
All the time.
All right. And towards the end of 2019, what advice did you give to your mom?
Towards the end of 2018?
Or 2018. Yes, I'm sorry. And this is just what you are telling your mother, not what she's telling you.
My words to her were always, you have to figure something out. Somebody's going to get hurt.
Okay. Did you ever witness any controlling or jealous behavior on the part of Craig?
The main thing I witnessed would be, if she took her brother to the store or something.
Let's, we need to do this probably. Let's give you all an early break. So we'll be.
I can withdraw the question.
Okay, all right.
I'll
Thank you.
withdraw the question. Let's move on to January of 2019.
Okay.
Did you have any contact with Craig or your mother before the burn incident?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that. When was that?
The day before, is that the day you want to hear about?
Yes,
Start
ma'am.
there.
Yes, ma'am.
I had actually texted Craig earlier in the day. He was helping me to buy a house. We had been renting for quite some time and just wanted to really settle down and, have a home. So I did ask him for help. My credit score wasn't quite high enough alone to be able to do it. So Mom and I talked about it, and she told me to ask Craig and see if he was willing to help.
Okay, without,
Sorry.
I know you probably did not mean to do that, but
No.
just anything. So you talked to Craig about him helping you out to get a
Yes.
house.
He was going to help with the credit part, signing, as well as the down payment.
Okay. Pretty nice thing at him to do, right?
Oh, yes, it was.
Who was there for this conversation?
It was Craig, my mom, me, and I want to say Addison was with me, my daughter, but I
Okay.
am not 100% sure.
Okay. And where did this conversation take place?
At the Kansas City address.
All right. Is that where they were staying that night?
I believe they were, yes.
Okay. All right. Anything else you recall about that night? What was going on at Kansas City that night before you left?
Before I left at that point, no, not really. There's opinions, so I don't really want to say that, but it was just kind of a tense environment, but nothing really other than that.
Okay. What happened later that night?
I left and went home. I don't know exactly. It was probably 7 or 8 o'clock. Went home, normal nightly things. I don't remember anything out of the ordinary before bed. My phone rang in the middle of the night. I want to say it was around 2:30 a.m. It was my mom. I could not really understand a lot that she was saying, but she did ask me to come get her.
Okay. So, you could, your mom called you, and then what did you do as a result of her calling you?
I threw some clothes on and immediately drove to the Kansas City address.
What did you see at Kansas City when you got there?
She was standing outside. She had like a half-torn bag. I don't remember at this point what was in it. I think it may have been some clothes or something. And she got in my car.
All right. What was her demeanor like?
She was hysterical.
Okay. Nothing about what she said.
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. Because she really didn't say much. She was hysterical. She was having a hard time walking.
Where did you go once you left Kansas City at that point?
When I turned onto Kansas City Road, she made me stop. I had not gotten far down the road because she didn't have keys to get in the house or any of her medication.
Okay. Did you go back to the residence at that time?
After we argued on the side of the road for about 5 minutes, I finally agreed because she wouldn't have it any other way. So I agreed to take her back to Kansas City.
Okay. When you got back to Kansas City, what did you observe? What did you see?
I didn't see anything to start with. She got out of the car.
Yes. What did she do?
Yes, she got out of the car. She went to the door that has I guess it was the back door that has the wheelchair ramp and the grill sitting there.
Okay, let me stop you right there. And ask, I'm going to show you 47 and 48. Is this the back of the trailer that you're talking about with the ramp? And
Yes,
then
that's the same.
the door
Yes.
in 48.
Yes.
All right, so she went to that door.
Yes.
Up that ramp into that door.
Correct.
Okay. And then what happened?
She knocked on the door several times, beat on it with her fist because he didn't come to the door. And then finally he slung the door open.
He meaning who?
Craig.
Okay. After he flung the door open, what happened?
They argued.
Okay.
Without, going into what either one of them said.
Sure. No.
There were several items that were thrown from inside of the residence, just random paper, and I think there was a plant, just random things Craig threw out onto that little porch area.
Okay.
Mom tried to walk in to get her keys and her medication. And he slammed her hand in the door. He would not let her in. She kept trying to get the door open. It was all the way open at one point, and I was able to see in. But then he slammed it again, and he pushed her down. He grabbed her by the back of the head and slammed her face into the grill, and he pushed her down the ramp.
Did he say anything to you after that occurred?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said, I gave her everything. I've always given her anything she wanted. And now she's cheating on me. And she's lost everything. She gets nothing. I'm done. I gave her the world, and now she gets nothing.
Okay. All right. At that point, what did you do?
He told me to get her out of there, so I helped her up and put her in my car. Told her I'd find a way to get her in the house.
All right. Did you take her home?
Yes.
Okay.
I tried to take her to my house. She would have no part of that. So I took her home and helped her get in.
Okay. And did she have a phone?
I do not know if she had, no, she did not have a phone that night. Her 6537 phone had been destroyed the week before. And she had a new phone, but I don't know. I know it was at the Kansas City address. I don't know if it was still operational and she just didn't have it with her, or I don't know if it was destroyed. I have no idea. But no, she did not have a phone with her.
Okay. Did she get a phone?
The next morning, when I went to check on her before I went to work, it was like 6 a.m.
Okay.
I took her NOS energy drink she had to have every day, and a pack of cigarettes. And I told her, I said, something has to be done. I'm leaving you Addison's phone, which was an iPhone. My mom did not know how to text. She had a flip phone. All she could do was make calls. I took the passcode off Addison's phone and just showed her the call button, had my number, right where she could easily access it, and told her, if you need anything, call me. She asked me for some money. Sorry.
Okay.
Have it, sorry.
No, it's okay. So, so you left her with Addison's phone?
I did leave her with Addison's phone and asked her to call me if he came to the house,
Okay.
or if she needed anything, so that I could get back, because I worked about an hour away.
Okay. And so did you go to work after that?
I did.
Did you ever receive a phone call from Addison's phone?
Somehow she got FaceTime calls to come through instead of regular phone calls, once or twice early that morning. But a quick phone call, and then hung up. And then starting around probably 10 a.m., I kept getting, it was back and forth between FaceTime calls and regular phone calls, but she wasn't on the other end when I would try to answer. And it was actually my coworker, and I made a joke about it, because I'm like, she cannot use this iPhone, which I figured was going to be an issue, because she didn't know how. So we just kind of laughed it off. I probably got 6 or 7 of those calls that I just couldn't hear anything on the other end.
Okay. What was the next phone call you received, and who was that from?
The next call was from Craig.
What did he say?
He said, your mom's been hurt. I need you to come home. And I said, okay, what's wrong? What do you mean she's hurt? He said, she burned herself. I said, okay, how did she burn herself? He goes, man, it's bad. I need you to come home now. I said, okay, I'm packing up. I'm leaving now. Where do I need to go? He said, they're going to fly her out. That's all I know. I did not do this to her, but you need to get here now.
Okay. Was that the only phone call that you received from him, or
No.
were there others?
There were others.
Okay.
I received a text from him that said, please hurry.
Okay.
I received, I believe one of the calls I received was actually from Addison's phone, saying, you have to get here. This is really bad. They're getting ready to leave with her. They're going to fly her out. You have to get here.
Okay. Did you go to the hospital?
I did. It took me a little bit to get there, because he did tell me they were flying her to Atlanta instead of Augusta, which I couldn't figure out. It didn't make any sense to me. But, being in Charleston, I was a few miles from the airport. So I contemplated just going to the airport and meeting her in Atlanta. but after all the phone calls back and forth, I decided to go ahead to Waltboro. I got gas and got to Waltboro to the hospital just as quick as I could.
Okay. When you got to the hospital, what did you see? Who was there and what did you see?
Mom was there. She was already intubated and wrapped up. Craig was sitting in the chair off to the left, probably 6 feet from the bed. Just sitting there, and he said, "I don't know what to do. I didn't do this to her. But what do we need to do?"
Did you notice anything about his appearance?
I noticed nothing out of the ordinary. He was clean. No burns, no soot, no blood. Just sitting there like nothing had happened. I mean, he was distraught. He was very quiet, but his appearance was normal.
Okay. At some point, did Craig leave the hospital?
He and I discussed Atlanta. Of course, I was going to leave. I tried to get him to let me go on the plane with her, but of course there was no room. That was about all that was discussed about it. I walked outside, kind of paced the halls for a few minutes. And then I walked over to the nurse's desk to ask her condition, ask when she would be flown out. I asked if anything looked out of the ordinary. Because something just didn't feel right being the way I had left her that morning. It just felt off. And the nurse asked me why I was asking.
Once again,
Sustained.
Okay.
Please don't say anything the nurse says.
Did you give the nurse any information that you had from the night before?
I told the nurse, I said there was a very bad fight and I had to pick her up at 2 a.m. Because of a domestic dispute, and had to drop her off at her other residence around 2 or 3 a.m. this morning. So I was just curious if,
Okay, so you gave that information to
Yes.
the nurse. Okay.
I did not give any details, just, that there was an altercation and I had to pick her up.
Okay. After you left the nurse's station and after you gave that information to the nurse, was Craig still there or was he gone at that point?
No, when I was standing at the nurse's station talking to them, I actually saw him walk down the hall. I assumed he was walking outside because he didn't say anything to anybody. I figured, probably like me, he was pacing the halls. But it appears he left at that time.
Okay. After your mother was transferred to Atlanta, how long did she live?
Until November 1st,
Okay.
2019.
And how many times did you see her during those months?
My job actually worked with me because they were opening a warehouse in Atlanta about 5 miles from the hospital. So they moved me to Atlanta for a few months so that I could be there. Was there every single day.
Okay.
I took nothing with me because I stopped to get a phone charger and I think medication, and that was it. So I had nothing with me. So after we got through the first day or two, I did come back to Walterboro. I believe it was that Monday. And, just get some clothes and try to talk to the kids because I had not even seen my kids to be able to tell them what had happened. I talked to them on the phone, of course, but they were with their dad. So spent a few minutes with them. Got a speeding ticket on the way back to Atlanta. And that's where I stayed.
Okay.
I would occasionally come home for one night on the weekends, and a lot of times I would just fly home because I just needed to see them for a few hours, but I'd go right back. And the hospital would call me anytime anything changed so that I could go back over there.
What was her condition at this time?
Which time?
During this time?
Okay, sorry.
Like at the very beginning?
You can, at the very beginning throughout, what you observed her condition be during those months.
Well,
not medically, but just what you saw.
I saw many machines and monitors for, I believe it was 2 straight months. She was completely sedated. They said that had to be because of the pain. She went through multiple surgeries, skin grafts. She had cadaver skin to try to stop infections in her face and her chest.
Did she require assistance to do anything?
She never was able to do anything on her own without assistance again.
Okay. Was she bedridden?
Yes, to the point that she had a bed sore. It actually became infected and became one of the biggest issues. At one point, it was so large that it was the size of a softball. Because they could not position her anywhere but on her back. Because there weren't any burns on her back. Everything was on the front. So they could kind of prop pillows to kind of keep her, as best they could. But I mean, there was just really not much they could do.
What was her demeanor like during those months?
Hysterical when she was awake. At one point things improved so that she could talk. She was able to start feeding herself with her left hand. She didn't have any use of her right arm. She could not roll over in bed by herself. She couldn't sit up by herself.
And eventually, did she decline?
Yes, she had gotten, when she was in Charleston, she had one of the best therapists I've ever met, and she could take a few steps with the walker, with assistance, of course. Still no use of her right arm, still, couldn't roll over or get up by herself, but she could, once they could get her up, she could take those steps. And she could spend some time sitting in the wheelchair. And when she had to go back to Augusta for the neck, whatever it is, when the skin tightens up and they have to loosen it, she started declining. It was up and down. Some days she was completely herself and lucid and happy and fine. And then other days, it got to the point that for the first time in my life, she didn't know who I was.
Okay.
She refused food. She refused medication. She refused anything.
Okay. All right. Almost finished, Leanne. I just want to show you a few things. I'll show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 17 and ask if you recognize what's contained in this picture.
Yes, that's the couch that sat when you walked in that back door. You walked straight into that couch.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's 21.
This is where that couch would have been.
Okay. So there's like kind of a rectangle here. Is
Yes.
that what you're talking
Yes.
about? So State 17 was right here
Yes.
in State's 21.
It was facing the TV, but it was right there.
Okay. And what side of this couch did your mom sit on if you're facing it?
If she was sitting on the couch, she would be on the left side of either couch. It was always the left side.
Okay. So this couch specifically, she would be sitting on the left side.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Okay. We see a gray chair right here.
She sat in that a lot as well.
Okay. Was that the chair that's closest to the fireplace?
Yes.
Okay. State's 23. Is that the green chair? I mean, the gray chair?
Yes.
All right. So was that gray chair between the fireplace and the couch?
Yes.
Okay. Negative force indulgence.
Take your time.
Thank you so much, Leanne. Please answer any questions that Ms. Bright Matthews has for you.
Yes, ma'am.
May we take a short break, please?
Let's do that. Members of the jury, please don't discuss the case, the testimony, or anything with each other during the break, but we'll take about a 15-minute break at this time. Stay up there. Ma'am, you can wander around if you'd like. You just can't discuss the case or testimony with anyone during the break. You understand? You're welcome to sit right here, or you can wander around at the break if you'd like, okay? All right, anything for the record before we go off the record? All right, thanks. We'll be off for about 15.
What is this prosecution doing? Let's see. YB said, I read an article that the police reported Terry. They lowered her meds and cleared the room, and she said what happened on that recording. I wonder if that recording's going to come in to play. If they're going to bring that recording in. What? Rochelle. Sorry. I'm drinking my coffee. It's just not waking me up this morning. She can't be the last witness for the prosecution, right? They've still got to bring in the people from the burn unit, I would think. But so after all these years of having a wood stove, is her mind slipping? Did she accidentally set herself on fire? These are questions now that the jury has. The jury's going to have that question even more, considering that in opening, they said there was a concern of dementia. YB, at this point, I think they need that recording. This case is so weak and the defense is strong. The defense is tearing everybody on that stand apart. And still not one officer in uniform, which had to have been a strategic move by the defense. So I've never really seen that in any other trial. They always come to court in uniform. Rochelle, all I can do is remove you. It doesn't let me add you. I don't see you. Let me see. Yeah, Rochelle, I don't see a way to add you because you have two of your things already on here. I am now really taking over. No, just kidding. The defense took a break in the middle of her testifying, which is kind of strange. I wonder what they're trying to put together, what their strategy is. But this removed. Hey, I'm here. I was going to let them know really. Sorry. Okay, everybody. I think Rochelle is going to head home because we're having a technical difficulty adding her to the stage again. So, yeah. All right. I can put you on speakerphone. All right. I'll talk to you later. Okay. She's going to go ahead and run home. She said by the time she gets there, this break will be over. So Whitey said the defense attorney is a South Carolina state senator who has her own law firm and very chummy with the judges. Isn't that funny? I always forget that they can have other jobs besides senator or got like those. That's funny because she's still a defense attorney. Irene said the state is doing a horrible job. They're doing a shit show of a job. They're not putting on a very strong case at all. YB, hi Irene, they really are such a shame. It's kind of pathetic. This prosecution's making Sarah Boone's prosecution look like they were the life of the party. I was so disappointed in them at the beginning. I was kind of hoping we'd come back today and the prosecution would have gone back to the drawing board and been like, okay, we're not doing something right. We got to come out stronger on this one. But it seems like they're still just going through the motions without any, yeah, this is very shameful. And then it leads me to wonder if they're going to even call any more witnesses after her because they're doing such a shitty job at trying to prove anything. And his ass doesn't have to prove shit. He just has to sit there with resting bitch face. Let's see. I'm going to go back up a little bit. How long did they say this break was going to be? Anybody? Deb said earlier, I used to love people, why I chose the medical field and counseling. Now I'm learning to hate it and it breaks my heart. Don't you hate that? That's, you join a profession because you want to help people, and then you end up despising people because people just drive you nuts. Warren Free said, I had to quit my nursing job because of the bureaucratic nonsense. Yeah, I was a CNA when I was younger, and I couldn't do that job. The way they treated, I worked in the area in the hospital or the home that I worked at was for the dementia and Alzheimer's patients. And the way the staff treated them, it made me sick. So I had to quit that job. What was it, 15 minutes or so? Oh, I think the daughter didn't help. She's not help. And I feel so bad saying that, but the daughter's not really helping at all. Not any fault of hers. The prosecution didn't ask good questions, but I think, yeah, she's not really helping. She might be helping him a little bit, especially when she sat there saying that he was distraught when she when she saw him at the hospital. So she might be helping the defense in some ways. I'm trying to scroll up through the comments to go up a little higher. The investigation was poor. Nothing tested or documented by the sounds. So we had, 3 officers come in, and a lot of the questions that the defense was asking was, well, did you send that over to be tested? Did you send that over to be tested? And it seemed like every single time it was, well, no, that didn't get tested. It wasn't, basically. And then if it wasn't that, no, we didn't send that off, it was like, I don't know, that wasn't my thing. Ooh, Deb, you think he cleaned her feet? Blood came other part of body for bloody footprints. So I do like the fact that the prosecution made a point of showing that that gray chair was in between the fireplace and the couch that got burnt that she usually sits on, in the spot that she usually sits in, because I don't believe it was touched by any fire, right? So it would show that the fire wasn't jumping from the fireplace over a chair to get to her on a couch. Deb said there will be no justice, I feel, for the family. I don't see how the prosecution gets a win on this one with the way they're handling any of it. Oh, sorry, coffee's not working. Oh. I'm trying to figure out, like, what I can't think of what the prosecution's thought process is on this one. Because I don't dislike the prosecutor. She's somewhat, I'm sure she's very adorable, but for this case. But being adorable is not going to get justice. So I don't know. I don't know what their strategy was coming into this, and I don't know if they can even pull it around. I said yesterday, hopefully they'll bring their A game today, but this is definitely not it. This is just lacking in all aspects. Oh, here we go. I can shut up.
Is the jury finished with their break, or bring them in, please?
No, that's what I was saying, Rochelle. I said yesterday I was hoping that today they'd come back with an A game, but it's just a shit show for them all the way around. Do we know who the older woman behind him is?
All right. Thank you so much. Ms. Bright Matthews.
May it please the court?
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Ms. Kellum.
Good morning.
Ms. Kellum, how old are you?
Trick question. 47.
And you went to high school with Craig?
Different schools.
But y'all were in high school at the same time?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And you used to bring Craig over to the house? Were y'all friends?
We were friends, yes.
And he came over to the house?
Yes.
At age 16, he started living with your mother. Is that correct?
Living with her now.
When did he start living with your mother?
I really could not tell you.
When did you leave the house?
When I left and went to Clemson in 95,
And how old were you?
about 18.
Okay. Did Craig ever live with your mother before he eventually married her?
Yes,
And how long did they live together before he married her?
I really don't know. It was a long time, but I don't know.
Okay. And you were 1 year older than Craig.
A few months older.
Okay. You talked about the house that you were in. And, your parents divorced. How old were you when they divorced?
12 or 13.
Okay. And then you lived with your mother alone.
Yes.
Okay. Your mother eventually, when she was with Craig, had to file for bankruptcy, didn't she? On that house. Did you know anything about that? And Craig had to save it?
I do know she filed for bankruptcy. I don't remember if it was before she was in that house or after.
Do you remember talking with them about the house, where they got the house and put it in both of their names because he paid it off? You remember any of that?
I do remember him paying it off, yes.
Okay. And let's talk about your statement first, just a little bit, that you gave just a minute ago. You came over the day before to talk about needing money to help you buy a house. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And everything was fine when you left? You left your mother there, so everything was fine, right?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you talked about Craig, there being problems, but you felt comfortable coming over that day, didn't you?
Yes.
And because you'd been talking to Craig, texting him, and talking about this $25,000, the
Yes,
down payment.
We'd been talking for several weeks.
Now, Craig had also bought your son a truck, didn't he?
Him and as well as my son's father
And
paid part.
yes, and because he paid for the truck mostly, he put his name on the truck, didn't he?
The truck was in my name.
Okay, and he's a lien holder?
He listed it as a lien holder until Thomas's 18th birthday, when it was supposed to be signed over to him, so that I could not sell the truck or do anything to it until that time.
He was concerned about you selling the truck, right? Or putting a lien on, right?
I don't know.
Had you previously had problems with finances?
I would object to relevance. I'm not sure what her finances have to do with whether or not Craig killed Terry.
Your Honor, if I can respond, since if you would give me a little latitude, this goes to what she said about Craig helping her out and why she needed to be helped out.
All right, I'll allow it. Go ahead.
She's already testified that he has helped her out.
I understand. I'll let her go a little bit. Thank you.
He helped me out several times.
And one of those times was when you were about to lose your house. You and your first husband lived over in Silver Hills, which is not too far from Wade Hampton. Didn't you have a house there?
When I was married, yes.
And you were married to Frankie Kellum, correct?
Correct.
And y'all had a house over in Silver Hills.
Mm-hmm.
Then you fell behind on your payments.
Mm-hmm.
And isn't it correct that the first time you fell behind on your payments, Craig helped you out and that foreclosure didn't go through? Isn't that right?
No, he helped me with my car, never with the house.
The second time, isn't it correct that the second time when they were foreclosing on that house that you and Frankie had, he refused to help you because of this was the second time?
I didn't ask him for help.
Was that house foreclosed upon?
Not until after I had moved out and my husband or ex-husband decided that he could not afford it anymore, so he let it go.
The foreclosure and the deficiency was placed in your and your husband's name?
Yes, because my name was on it as well, but I was no longer living there.
Okay.
I was no longer making any of the payments. That was all on my ex-husband.
Didn't Craig quit high school
I believe so.
and he went to work in the logging, eventually worked different places, but he ended up in the logging woods?
Objection to leading?
I'm on cross.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, but relevance, what is the relevance?
It's,
Well, let's cross. I'll let her go a little bit. Go ahead, please.
now I've almost forgotten what I said. Didn't he end up going to work in the logging woods to help provide for you, your family, when you were going through the divorce, as well as your mom?
I don't know that it was to provide for me, no.
Okay. So let's talk about what your mother went through. You remember appearing at the bond hearing for Craig?
Yes,
And that was on February the 19th of 2019?
I don't remember the date.
And do you remember writing a statement to the bond judge and
Yes.
reading that? Do you remember in that statement whether or not you said anything about the 3 times or being knocked down or slamming hand in the door or anything like that?
I have no idea what the statement was. I have no idea.
You would agree that that statement that was less than a month, well, about exactly a month after this accident occurred, would be the most accurate statement, right?
I was instructed to write the letter only about flight risk or risk to the community and nothing else.
And when you started the letter that way to the court, and you talked about it in court, you said no idea if he's a flight risk, no idea if he's a danger to the community. But then you went on to talk about the 17th. Do you remember making this statement, Leanne? The night of the 16th in the early morning, 17th, she called me to come to get her. She was screaming. Do you remember that?
Yes,
I went to Kansas City Road address. You remember that?
yes.
Through the window. You said through the window, the house was a wreck. You remember that?
I remember saying that about the Wade Hampton house.
Let me just finish and then I'll show you the rest of your statement.
Okay.
Through the window, the house was a wreck, broken furniture, broken shotgun. Her meds were thrown everywhere.
Yes,
She begged for her keys and wallet so I could take her home.
yes,
Okay. I watched him slam her hand in the door, push her down the ramp repeatedly,
mm-hmm.
and slam her head into the grill on the porch.
Yes,
But then you wrote another statement. And in that statement, you specifically said that he threw her down 3 times
okay.
and broke off a shotgun in her hip.
I did not see that.
Okay, you said that in this statement. You said you saw a broken shotgun.
Yes, I did
Okay.
see the broken shotgun. I did not see how it got broken.
And you said just a minute, and previously in another statement that there was somebody standing up in the camper at 2:00 in the morning.
Yes, when I was leaving, one of the guys, I don't know which one that lived in the camper, was standing there.
Okay, and you also, in that statement, said that this happened at 2:00 in the morning.
Yes,
And you stated when you were testifying on direct that your mother was outside. Didn't you previously say that it was dark, 2:00 in the morning, and your mother was seated outside?
I don't remember if she was seated. I know she was outside.
Okay, I'll show you your statement in a minute. And you said that she beat on the door, or did you just take her that first time? Was it the second time that she beat on the door?
I believe it was the second time.
And slamming the door I think you said that he slung the door open.
Mhm.
Is there one of the chains on that door to stop it from going too far open? This is a mobile home we're talking about.
I have no idea if there's a chain or not.
And the entire time this is happening, you're in your car.
No,
You
I
got-
am standing right beside the ramp.
Now, Leanne, please tell this jury whether or not your mother was having a manic episode.
No, she was not.
Was she bipolar?
She was controlled bipolar.
Okay. Were there lights on outside?
I have no idea.
Okay. And did your mama previously have problems walking?
She had balance issues at one time, yes.
Had they resolved?
For the most part, yes.
What is for the most
She
part
would
mean?
still occasionally have an issue, but nothing major.
And is it your testimony that Craig threw her all the way down the wheelchair ramp?
He did push her all the way down the wheelchair.
And
ramp,
what did,
yes.
and she landed where and how?
She landed on the ground.
She, okay. I'm going to show you what is marked as State's Exhibit number 47. What is that a photograph of?
The wheelchair ramp.
Okay. Where was your car parked?
I really could not tell you. I have no idea.
In that photograph on that night when you saw all you say you saw, you can't tell me where your car was parked? How you pulled in the yard?
I have no idea. I pulled in over here in the driveway and came over here, but I don't know if I parked on the side or the back. I have no idea.
And is it your testimony that this entire ramp, when Craig came out, he threw your mother all the way down to the end and she landed on the ground?
Yes, he pushed her all the way down to the end.
And he did that by her falling down, or did he shove her out the door?
Well, one of the times he pushed her face into the grill and then pushed her down the ramp.
The grill we're talking about is where?
Right here at the top of the ramp, right outside the door.
And so you were standing outside of your car?
I had gone up here to try to get her to leave because he was slamming her hands in the door when she was trying to open them.
Slamming. How many times did she slam? Did he slam her hands in the door?
Many.
Many being more than 10, less than 10?
Less than 10.
Less than 5?
I would say somewhere around there.
He slammed her hand in the door, and you didn't go up on the porch, did you?
Yes, I did.
And you grabbed your mama or you grabbed Craig?
I did not touch Craig.
Okay. You grabbed your mama?
Yes.
And did you do that after the first slam or the second slam, third slam, or fifth slam?
I grabbed her several times.
Okay. And she was hysterical, wasn't she?
She was.
She
She
wa-
wanted her medication and her belongings.
You tried to convince your mother not to go back?
I did.
And in your statement, you said not anything else except for she wanted her wallet so that she could buy cigarettes the next day.
She did.
And your mother smoked about 1 to 2 packs a day, didn't she?
About one.
Okay. And so every day she had to go buy a pack if she didn't have a carton, right?
Right.
Okay. Let's go to the hospital. In your statement that you referenced earlier, I think it's interesting, Leanne, that you said in that statement, he said she was playing around and caught herself on fire. Did you tell the jury that just a minute ago?
I believe so.
He is, okay. He said, I mean it. It's bad. You need to come home.
Right.
Okay. So do you make a distinction between playing around and caught herself on fire from she was burned, just plain she was burned?
I don't understand the question.
Okay, that's fine. This happened on January 17th, 2019. Isn't it in fact correct, 12 days after this accident happened, you filed an emergency proceeding to become conservator and guardian of your mother? Isn't that correct?
Yes,
Okay, and you hired Morrison Payne here in Walterboro to do that for you.
correct.
You filed an affidavit, a sworn affidavit, that your mother had third-degree burns over 50% of her body and that she was set on fire by her husband, didn't you?
I would have to look at what was, because the doctors did say at first that. Okay.
You can't say what the doctor said.
You can't object to your question.
No.
Let's do this. I understand you've withdrawn the question. Don't answer it if you would.
Did you give us affidavit with the court?
Yes.
Okay. Let me show you the affidavit and I'll ask you if that's your affidavit. Leanne, I'm going to withdraw that question for now until I get the rest of the affidavit. Apparently, I don't have it all here, but if you would give me back that, I will show it to you.
Okay.
Why did you file for emergency proceedings over your mother?
Your Honor, just in reference to that affidavit, the state would request a copy of that once Ms. Bright Matthews gets all of it together.
Granted.
Thank
What?
you.
I will make sure I have it for her. Did you believe that your mother had been burned 50% of her body?
I did not have an exact number. I do know that one of the newspapers printed 50%.
Okay,
I do know the actual number was 38%.
okay. Now, you asked for emergency proceedings of probate court for something else. Do you know what you asked them to do? Okay. Didn't you ask the court to freeze all of Craig Lewis's and Terry Lewis's assets?
Yes.
Did you know at that time that you asked the court to do that 12 days after this matter occurred, that Craig had inherited a large sum of money that he had in safety deposit boxes? Did you know about that?
I knew he did have some, yes.
Okay. And you had that money frozen, didn't you?
I did not know where the money was. I had his assets frozen, yes.
And you knew that that was money he received from his uncle. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And your mother, that was not commingled money with your mother.
Not to my knowledge.
As a result of you freezing his assets, those assets remained frozen in the Bank of the Low Country, which was Bank of the Walterboro then, and South State. Is that correct?
I believe it was South State, yes.
And
I'm going to object to relevance. I'm not sure what freezing assets after Craig Lewis is accused of murdering her mom has anything to do with his actions that day or impeachment. How does this go to truthfulness or untruthfulness?
Your
I'm happy
Your
to hear
Honor,
from you.
it goes to motive. For her to give an untrue statement, it goes to her. And I have some additional evidence I'd like to show her. It goes to why she would make the allegation of murder, being that she is the only heir. She thinks she would be the only heir.
All right, overruled. I'll let her go into it. Thank you.
Ms. Kellum, you remember us appearing in court on the 29th of January 2019 and your attorney producing that bank statement of Craig Lewis and Terry Lewis?
I do remember going. I don't know what I was given and what I wasn't.
You remember being shown that by Judge Amundsen, the probate judge, and this is a statement date of 2019 February, where it has attached to it a check that was written by you on Terry and Craig Lewis's account and dated January 15th, 2019 for $1,200 that you admitted in court that you predated a check on Craig's account and your mother's account when your mother was incapacitated because the check was cashed by you and it's not signed by your mom on January 23rd. Do you remember doing that?
I never predated anything.
Well, did you cash a check on January 23rd before you became conservator of that account?
I was told to.
Your Honor, is that yes?
Yes.
I would move this into evidence.
Counsel have a copy?
Yes, I have.
do.
Okay. Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right. That will be what number? Where are we, Madam Court Reporter? 6. Defendant 6 without objection.
Now that you've had a chance to look at it, you did sign your mother's name when you did not have court authority to do so,
I had her permission, not court permission.
and your mother was intubated when you got to the hospital. This check was cashed.
When the issue of her deciding to leave Craig, she asked me for cash. I gave her cash.
Okay, and
So this was to return the cash to me that I had given to her.
okay, and it was dated on the 15th, predated, and then signed.
Not predated. It was
Okay.
written on the 15th.
And you received $1,200 on January 23rd.
Yes, when I came back to Walterboro to get my things.
Your Honor, I would move this into evidence.
All right. Again, counsel has, I think we already,
I have.
all right, that was defendant 6 without objection. Thank you.
Leanne, isn't it in fact true that only 4 days after your mother was accidentally burned, you started a GoFundMe account, didn't you?
Well, I was going to be traveling back and forth to Atlanta and living in a hotel for months to come. So yes, I did.
My question was simple. Did you start?
I did.
And you did that within 4 days of your mother being accidentally burned?
Yes.
Okay. Is that a copy of the GoFundMe?
Yes.
And tell the jury, if you would, how much money you got from that account immediately?
Does it say on here? Because I really don't know.
It says almost immediately you raised $2,530.
Over the whole period of time, yes.
They eventually took it down because of it involved another account you started that related to you telling Terry's story. You remember that? You did daily posts from the hospital in reference to your mother's progress.
I did, yes.
And because of that, they ended up taking down that post.
No, I took down that post.
Okay.
Because my job helped me live in Atlanta, so I did not need any assistance.
You didn't need any money at that time, right?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move that into evidence. As number 7.
No objection.
No objection.
Did you ever, on your postings that you made on Facebook, did you ever tell your readers that your mom recovered from her burns and went and was transferred to Charleston? You remember saying that?
I probably did, yes.
Okay. You never told them about the 2 falls she had once she was at NHC and back in Augusta, did you?
I don't know of 2 falls she had.
Okay.
I know of one.
And as a result of that fall, what did you do? You were her guardian and conservator.
I was told she was not injured during the fall.
Okay. Did Dr. Baumgardner or any of the doctors tell you about her lung being injured? And they had to have x-rays because of the fall?
Because of the fall? No, I was never told that.
Okay. Now, you love your mom?
Is that a question?
You loved your mom, didn't you?
Very
You
much.
supported her. You were always there with her.
I was.
Did you ever say that mom gave up her will to live?
She did.
When you realized that, you never offered withdrawal. Let's go back to the probate. Were you relieved by the court after a motion to compel was filed by the judge in probate court as conservator and personal and guardian for your mom?
I don't really understand that question.
Did they remove you as the conservator and of the estate and find you in contempt?
No, I filed to be removed when she passed away.
Okay. And in order to be removed, you had to turn over the financial documents.
Yes.
And by then, Morrison Payne had already stopped representing you, right?
Yes, I was no longer using Morrison Payne.
And so then you had to, the court sent you a letter. You told them my mom has passed. So they told you you have to file an accounting.
Mm-hmm.
And did you file an accounting?
I did not do it on time, no.
And then the court sent you a couple of letters, and then you ended up hiring Andy Shepard out of Somerville.
Yes, who helped me get it all taken care of.
And when you say taken care of, what does that mean?
He helped me file all the paperwork and financials that needed to be filed.
Leanne, I have an order here that was filed by the court on 2021, May 14th. And in it, the judge says, you as the conservator you were found in willful contempt of court for failing to perform your duties as conservator. And she goes on to say that you must file these documents. And then you later received the help of Andy Shepard. And again, you're found in contempt of court, even with him, because, correct me if I'm wrong, anyway.
Objection, Your Honor.
What is the objection?
I would object on the basis of relevance. This is all stuff that occurred in probate court after the death of her mother, after Leanne has given statements. Her performance as conservator, I'm not sure has anything to do with her being a witness in this case or for the purposes of impeachment or anything like this. She already testified that this was about not timely filing something for a conservatorship. What does this have to do with this case?
Your Honor, again, I'm on cross, and if you would give me a little latitude, there's another order explaining the contempt, which goes to financials and what she did with the money, with her mother's money as conservator, and that goes to veracity.
All right, we'll try to wrap it up in a few questions because I'm trying to figure the relevance out
I
also.
am
What's the-
objecting to the entry of a contempt order for not timely filing.
Is that offered as an exhibit?
No,
Okay,
I
all right.
just showed it to her.
All right, thank you.
Leanne, I won't have to put in the document if you remember. Do you remember the court in August of that, right after that contempt order, finding that you, when filing the accounting from when you were taking care of your mother's affairs while she was in the hospital, that they found that you had spent $4,454.90 of her money and couldn't account for it? Is that right?
I could account for it, yes.
Were you found in contempt of court for not accounting for $4,494.90?
I was able to account for it. All of those were expenditures that my mother, during her time in Charleston, asked me to do, things she needed, things she wanted to do, things she wanted to do for the kids. So no, the court would not accept them, but I never really anticipated her having to continue the conservatorship considering she was 100% lucid. These were her requests for expenditures.
And all you had to do was list those expenditures for her to the court,
I
and they
did.
would have approved them. Didn't your attorney send a letter saying we can't find what she did with $4,400 worth of money?
I think we had the majority of it.
Well, what about the part of the order that says it appears that $1,832 of the expenditures were for persons other than Terry Lewis?
I have no idea.
You don't know about that? You don't remember going into the hearing and being asked by the judge about that?
That's been 5 years ago. I have no idea.
Your Honor, I would move this document into evidence.
What document?
I thought I gave it to you. This is the contempt.
I'm going to object again to relevance. I believe Ms. Cronky has answered the questions. Again, this is just an accounting when she was a conservator for her mother, spending money at the request of her mother while she was taking care of her. This goes beyond.
I think it does. I'm going to sustain the objection on the
Thank you.
document.
Your Honor, if I could put on the record, if I could just, I've marked it as 8. If I could explain further the defense's position.
Go ahead.
She's already expressed.
Maybe outside the presence of the jury would be appropriate.
Probably not a bad idea. Let's do that. Would y'all take a quick break for me? Don't discuss the case while you're out. And all right, yes.
If I can, in response on the Rule 608 of the evidence of character, conduct, and bias of witness, under subsection C, it says Evidence of bias, prejudice, or any motive to misrepresent may be shown to impeach the witness either by examination of the witness or by evidence otherwise adduced. And I've shown that she cashed a check when her mother was incapacitated and before she received conservatorship. I've also shown that there are other instances where she has a motive for money. And the evidence that is there is an order of probate court a year and a half, 2 years after this for conduct that she was displayed when she was conservator, showing that she could not account for money. She's not challenging that there's anything wrong with the document. She's challenging that she doesn't agree with it. So the document should come in.
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is this. It was 2 years after.
But it references what she spent the money on doing the conservatorship. When I got Ms. Cronkey to tell me in Cross that once her mother died, she contacted the court. The court then sends her a letter saying you have to file an accounting of what you did during the 11 months you were conservator. That's when she said she went to get Andy Shepard to be her attorney. And that's where the problems, when he attempted to try to see what she'd done with her mother's money, that's when the 6,000 plus missing.
But the charges and allegations at that point had been made for 2 years, right?
No, but the motive for her making the allegations can be derived under 608 by the use of this, showing that she committed bad acts before a court, that she was in contempt, that she took her mom's money and she couldn't account for it.
Let me ask you this. How much more of this is there? Is this the last part of this chain? What else is left in this particular issue with the probate court?
Oh, that's primarily it for the probate, Your Honor. That's it.
All right. Happy to hear from the state again.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, I misstated. Teresa caught me. That is not it. There's another issue, but just one other issue.
All right. Well, might need to take that one up too, I guess.
I certainly object to holding some sort of probate trial during a murder trial, particularly things that were filed in 2021, August of 2021, 2.5 years after the murder of her mother. And it's regarding her performance as conservator. That has nothing to do with any allegations, any statements that she made in January of 2019. Ms. Bright Matthews has made the point, if her point is that she had something financially to gain, she has made that point. We don't need to get bogged down with these probate court orders and documents. And so this attorney did this and this attorney did this. I mean, this causes jury confusion. And if I may finish, it is not at all relevant to this case, nor to the impeachment of this witness. She has impeached her on the financial aspect. And I will say also, Ms. Bright Matthews says that she has proven that, or shown the court, that she took money from her mom before she was conservator and after, when her mom, was unconscious. No. Ms. Kellum, Ms. Cronkey testified that that check that has been entered has the date on it of January 15th of 2019. And it was to pay her back for cash that she gave her mother when she was trying to leave the marriage. So that's going to be up to a jury to decide. But these probate matters, we're getting down in the weeds, and this is not relevant.
Your Honor, I don't have to, as I understand under 608 and under cross-examination, if I'm going to the credibility of a witness, I don't have to give relevant stuff to a murder. My client is facing a very, very serious charge. And she is the only one that says that there was any circumstantial evidence or connection to this burn. Of course, the first thing I did was research any contacts she has had with law enforcement, as well as research any bad acts that would go to her credibility, so that this jury can adequately review whether or not she has motive bias or any reason to lie to them. The arguments that counsel is making, those may be very good arguments. But my question to Ms. Kroenke was, didn't you admit to the court that you did this, signed that check, signed your mom's name to that check, signed that check when your mother was intubated? The jury can weigh it as they choose. 608 is clear. I don't know what else I can do. This defendant has a right to defend himself. I'm sorry that there's a lot of bad faith and credibility issues, but just like I allowed them to go down every picture that they took and all the evidence that was relevant and not relevant, this defendant should be able to go into all the bad acts or alleged bad acts of Ms. Kroenke, because she is their key so-called witness.
Your Honor, it's not bad acts that would be relevant. It would be, instances of truthfulness or untruthfulness. It's not bad acts. Also, while the jury is out, Ms. Bright Matthews questioned Ms. Kroenke on a statement and asked about her saying that Craig broke a shotgun over her mother's hip. I believe that has opened the door to the victim's statement that she gave to Georgia Bureau of Investigations. Ms. Kroenke replied, well, I didn't witness that, but that's information that came from that interview. And Ms. Bright Matthews questioned her about that on cross. So I believe I can get into that and ask her where that information came from.
Your Honor, it's still hearsay. What I question her about is, didn't she write it in that statement that she wrote to the court? That's all I said to her.
Let's stick with one issue at a time. Thank you for that. But so right now we're talking about the introduction, not of the testimony with regard to the probate court. You've already asked, I believe, all of the questions that you've done. You've made that point that in fact there was a ruling that was adverse to this witness in the probate court, and I guess there'll be some cross-examination about it. The question is, do we put in a court order from an entirely different court, from an entirely different proceeding that seems honestly cumulative to what you have already asked her? Because it's just going to say exactly what you just asked her, I guess.
Your Honor, those photographs that the state put up in its case in chief are cumulative. I should be able to put up an order from, and I have probate court records custodian on subpoena. I should be able to put up the fact that she was found of mismanaging her mother's money and using it for herself. I also have.
Why would that put her in a position to be less than truthful in this case? That's the part I'm just not getting.
Without me divulging the rest of my cross-examination on her, I can't at this time. And I apologize to you. If so, we can hold that evidence in abeyance. I don't have to say it, but I can promise you.
Well, then I would ask for a proffer outside of the jury's presence, which is typical in this situation.
I don't think that is necessary. I think Ms. Swanson has a problem with the fact that I have information that conforms to 608. There's nothing I can do about that. I have to present it. Or either I'm not protecting my client.
I understand the balance of the probate information. Then you said first that was going to be it if we wrapped this issue up, but then you said maybe not, maybe there's more.
Yes, there is one more.
And when you say one more, you mean one more document? I'm not asking you what.
One more. I don't have to put in the document if she responds to what she filed. It's just a question about, did she file something and what the court, whether or not she knew she had to turn something over.
All right. And then that's the ballot, that's everything in the probate issue. Which
Yes.
again, I'm struggling with, but mindful of the rights of the defendant and the rights of the state. I think I'll let you go a little further with it, but once those everything you have described is asked, then you are done with the probate issue. Is that accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
And am I to understand that these documents are not going to go back to the jury?
I plan on moving that contempt regarding the $6,100 and at the appropriate time that the court considers that motion.
Can I look at that? I haven't actually seen that court
I would
order.
object to the documents going in if testimony has been given to such. It just causes jury confusion. It is cumulative. I know Ms. Bright Matthews thinks that pictures taken during a murder investigation are cumulative. This is not part of the murder investigation.
But the witness is a key witness. I get that.
Your Honor, I'd like to.
Give me just 1 second.
I don't think I use that, but.
Now, this order says she's purged of contempt and then requires some.
Because of an agreement regarding her paying the money back. If you go further in there.
All right, and this is what has been marked
As 8.
as defendant 8. And I think right before somebody handed this to me, counsel, did you have something?
It was the same document.
Same document. All right.
Whatever she's intending to enter.
Okay. All right. So with regard to 8, I think I may have ruled adverse to this a minute ago, but with regard to 8, I'll allow it. And I don't know where you're going with the rest of it, but I'm guessing there's an objection, but let's go ahead and bring the jury back in and
Thank you.
we'll allow 8.
All right, and then regarding opening the door to where that information came from.
Don't bring the jury back in right yet.
Because the way it makes it sound, Judge, is when that she just made up that information, and that's different from what she just testified to. But in fact, that information was agreed upon to not be admissible because it is hearsay, but when defense brings it up and
I don't really think the question was designed to elicit that response. I think that would be a pretty extreme sanction to open that up and allow that entire interview based on that one comment.
She did ask a specific question. Didn't you say that in that statement that a shotgun was broken over your mother's head?
That was in the courts at the bond hearing statement. The statement, I specifically kept referring her to her statement that she made at the bond hearing on February 19th.
Right, and what was the purpose of that?
Asking
To
her what she.
impeach her.
Let's
not
do this. I'm
impeach her.
not gonna allow that in at this time, but be extremely cautious, if you would, about anything having to do with that,
Right.
because if there's any more about it.
Got it.
All right, so could you please bring the jury back in?
And turn on the air. Oh, I'm okay. They're cold, so I'm
This
okay.
place has good air. It's 71. Yeah. Just leave it where it is, I think, wherever.
That should never put me out of box.
Mhm. All right. Thank you all so much. We had a matter we needed to take up outside of your presence. As I instructed you early when we started this procedure that we might have those moments, and this was one of those moments. So we'll now be back on. My understanding is Defendant's Exhibit 8 is offered and is admitted despite the objection of the state. So,
Leanne, did you have to file, we talked earlier about an inventory and appraisement where you had to account for all the money. In that inventory and appraisement, did you also put a notation in there about a Globe Life insurance policy?
I can't tell you exactly what I put in there, but yes, was paying the policy.
And when you were paying the policy, you also had the ability as your mother's conservator to handle her business, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Did you, what was the value of that policy? Wasn't it $30,000?
I think it was 25. It might have been 30, but I was thinking 25.
Did you change Craig's name to your name as beneficiary on that Globe Life policy?
At my mother's request, when she was lucid, yes. When she was in Charleston and things were going well and she had all of her mental capacity back, there were several things she wanted, and I took care of them all.
Throughout the 10-month period when your mother was incapacitated, several doctors, 3 doctors, filed affidavits on your behalf for your mother stating that she was incompetent, incapacitated, and did not have the ability to take care of her matters, didn't she?
Many times, yes.
They filed those documents so that you could be conservator. Isn't
Yes.
that right?
That was before she regained consciousness and regained her mental function.
Did you handle your mother's funeral?
I did.
And you handled the arrangements at Bryce Herndon?
Yes.
And did you assist in preparation of the obituary?
Yes.
In that obituary, did you list Craig as the spouse of your mother?
No.
And you knew them to be married?
Yes.
You knew your mother had a hard time throughout her life because she had a hard time with the divorce of your father, didn't she?
She did.
Okay. Is this the marriage license? Is that your mom's marriage license to Craig?
Yes.
Does that appear to be the original?
Yes.
The Terry Lee Bennett is the same one that was married to your father, Tommy Bennett?
Yes.
And on that, it shows that at the time of their marriage, he was 27 years old and your mother was 49. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
And they lived together for some time since he was 17 years old. Isn't that correct?
Once again, I'm not sure of the exact age. I know he was young, but I don't know the exact age.
Court's indulgence real quick. Would you agree with me if I said that the day that Craig called you, telling you to hurry up, that he was distraught and upset?
He was panicked. Yes, he was distraught.
And he was in the room when you got there. He didn't just abandon your mom in the hospital, did he?
No, he was there. He absolutely was there when I got there.
And you absolutely saw Craig slam your mama's hands into the door the night before.
Several times.
And you love your mom.
Yes.
And yet you took your sick mother back to that house, didn't you?
To Kansas City?
Yes.
Yes, because she did not have keys to get into
Well,
her
how'd
other
you,
house.
you never got them. How did you get in the house?
One of the doors happened to be unlocked.
Oh, okay. And you went in, or did your mom go in?
We both went in.
Okay. Did you spend the night with her?
No.
Okay. Why didn't you call the police? You didn't do that, did you?
She begged me not to.
Okay.
She promised me, she begged
Okay.
me not to.
But you are her daughter. At the time, you know she's a cancer survivor. You know she's bipolar. You know she has many strokes. You'd gone to the hospital with her when she was complaining of falling. And you also knew that she had lithium poisoning and she would just walk and fall. But yet you never said anything to the cops. You could have left her at Wade
That was
Hampton.
years previous.
Years previous. Did you know that previously she also was diagnosed with dementia?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. But you went with her to her appointments, didn't you?
Most of them, yes.
Okay. Isn't it true that after you appeared here as a victim, Craig ended up on an ankle monitor and had a pretty high bond?
I mean, that's a matter of opinion.
Did your mom love Craig?
She did.
Did Craig love your mom?
Yes.
Did your mom appear to just lose the will to live?
I'm not sure if I'm allowed to answer that in whole.
Did you ever write a post that your mom was failing to thrive? Because and I believe you told this jury earlier that she wasn't eating or anything, right? Am I characterizing it wrong? I don't want to.
No, you're not. I mean, there's reasons for it, but I just can't say what that is. So,
Leanne, you've been sworn to tell the truth here today.
absolutely.
Are you willing to admit that after a long relationship with Craig, you were once pregnant and got the abortion, and that Craig, as well as your father, paid for the abortion when you were 23?
That is not true.
Relevance?
Very relevant. Goes to motive.
20
The witness
plus
is
years
now
later.
answered. The witness is answered, so.
Thank you.
All right. Leanne, Miss Bright Matthews covered a number of things with you. Let me see. I don't know. Is this yours? Are these the exhibits or what? Okay, so where are the exhibits? Okay. I think there's a GoFundMe exhibit somewhere. Oh, that's what.
I think all that's up here. And the marriage license is still up here.
It was not. All right, Leanne. I'm going to show you what defense entered as defendant's exhibit number 6, and this involves the check that you were questioned about.
Yes.
What is the date on that check?
115.
All right, and is that predated?
No,
When did your mama die? Or I'm sorry, when was the burn accident?
the burn accident was on the 17th.
Okay, so that was written 2 days prior to the, I'm sorry, the burn accident, the burn incident, correct? 2 days prior?
Correct.
Okay. All right, and what did you say the check was for?
She had decided after an incident on the 13th that she had to find a way out. She asked me to give her cash.
Objection, Your Honor. I tried to give her latitude, but she's hearsay.
This is redirect from what she was asking during cross about the check. I believe Miss.
I think she can go into it a little bit. I mean, again, it was an issue that you brought up, so go ahead.
Okay, so she had just.
Excuse me, let's not get into a whole lot, if anything,
Sure.
of what she said, but.
Sure. Okay. But it was for what?
To repay me for the cash that I had given her.
Okay. This GoFundMe defendant's number 7 looks like $2,500 raised and some change. Did that begin to cover your travel expenses to and from Atlanta?
No. And I started that because I was asked to, because I was getting hundreds of messages wanting to help and send money, and, so I did start that.
Okay. And for a period of time in probate court, is it fair to say that you were representing yourself without a lawyer?
Leading.
I'm just trying to get to the matters that Miss Bright Matthews crossed on.
Right, it is leading, but I'll allow a little bit of it just for efficiency. So you may answer.
Yes, and then I realized I had no idea what I was doing, so I reached out to an attorney.
Okay. Is it a confusing process?
Very.
Let me ask you this. Are you living high on the hog as a result of the death of your mother?
No.
Would you rather have your mother here than any money that you got out of any of this?
Well, the majority of the money went to her funeral expenses.
Okay. And obviously, I would think that you would rather have your mom here than $1,200 or a trip to a shoe store that she wanted you to take the boys to.
Yes.
Okay. Leanne, is everything that you testified to here today the truth?
100%.
Thank you.
Leanne, you were asked about that $1,200 check, but you told the jury about freezing the safety deposit box that was, you said was in your mom's,
Objection, this is outside the scope of
she talked about the
I
$1,200.
know, but, and the question can be about the 1,200, but you're asking her about a safe deposit box that was not part of the redirect.
It actually is technically, because as a part of that, she's saying that was her mother's way of getting money when she had access to
Hold on,
$1,200.
I think it's beyond the scope of the redirect, so sustained.
Leanne, she asked you about living high on the hog and what you stand to gain. Don't you stand to gain $50,000 if Craig goes to prison for hurting your mom?
I don't believe it's that much.
$47,500.
I believe the house was sold for 80,000 and 40,000 was put in probate and escrow.
Your Honor, this is also outside the scope of redirect.
No, it
I
goes to
believe
the.
it is. I don't remember hearing anything about that.
No, and I would
It's-
ask that to be stricken
She
from the
asked
record.
whether she stand to gain anything, and
I did not. I asked her if she was living high on the hog.
and then she went on to say, is there anything you stand to gain?
I did not ask that.
Well, let's do this. Members of the jury, we're going to take another quick break and take up a matter outside of your presence. Can you see when the doors close? Okay. Just don't have a good angle on it. Great, thanks. Madam Court Reporter, can you find Ms. Swanson's questions? I think it was very near the end, and let us know what those were.
Pie on the hog. Pie on the hog.
It was high on the hog. It was
High on the hog.
Pie on the hog.
high on the hog.
Just one moment.
Yeah, also, let's see what she's saying.
Let me ask you this. So you said that pie on the hog is a result of the death of your mother. Would you ever have your mother hear that any money that you got out of any of this?
Well, the majority of the money went for funeral expenses.
And obviously, I would think that you would rather have your mom here than $1,200 or a trip to a shoe store that she wanted you to take the boys to.
Yes.
Leanne, is everything that you testified to here today the truth?
I didn't hear that, Ms. Brian Matthews.
She opened the door on financial issues and what she used the money for and living high on the hog. She opened it. I didn't open it.
But we were dealing with specifics, and the specific you got into was not something at all on redirect. In fact, I don't think did we hear about $47,500 and at all in any of
When
this?
she said that about her living high on the hog, and
I don't think living high on the hog opens that. I think, again, you're restricted to what was in redirect on recross, and I just don't think that was in there. Would there be other questions on recross, or would that conclude? That would conclude. Okay. So my plan then would be to bring this jury back in. Is there nothing else then for this witness?
Nothing else for this witness.
All right, bring this jury back in and give them an hour for lunch. Does that
Okay.
work? Or is there another, does that work with your schedule? Should we take one more witness before we eat lunch?
The next witness I would call would be Jason Chapman. I don't have a ton for him. I don't know how long Miss Bright Matthews would want him on the stand. He just kind of fills in some things. We could certainly call him or wait till after lunch.
Since we don't know, maybe we'll just wait till after lunch.
Sure, whatever the court.
Does that work?
Yes, for scheduling purposes, when will SLED?
SLED is here now, so they will be prepared to testify right after Jason Chapman. So everyone will be ready to go as soon as we come back for lunch.
All right, I'm thinking an hour even. It's 12:10. Probably the best thing we can do. All right, let's bring them back in then, please. There's a little oil on that chair, it sounds like. All right, we've taken up a matter of law. I'm going to ask you to disregard the last question. I don't think there was an answer that defense counsel asked. Also, we're going to break for lunch for 1 hour, so 1:15, I guess. And standard instructions, don't discuss the case amongst yourselves or with others. Don't read any news reports, anything like that during lunch. Any questions? All right, we'll see you. And anything else from counsel?
No, Your Honor.
All right, and I'll do that after. Okay, all right, thank you so much. All right. Any objection to excusing the witness?
None from the state.
Yes,
Okay. Is she under subpoena?
yes.
Okay, well then,
And she's been here as a victim in the gallery.
all right.
Well, I think she intends to stick around
Yeah.
anyway, but
Well, you're excused from the stand. How about that? We're going to eat lunch, but you're not excused from the trial or the subpoena. Anything else for the record?
Nothing.
All right, let's eat lunch. Thank you.
Oh, wow. Let's just talk about the daughter for a second. I feel really, really bad for her, considering that it was her mother, but this defense just tore her apart and looked like she was after the money. It's really sad. Yeah, I agree, Rochelle. The daughter looks shady. So unfortunately, the daughter looks shady, and I have to call it out because that's what I'm seeing right now. I'm not saying he's not guilty, but at this moment, the daughter looks shady. The daughter definitely doesn't look good. Not at all. This jury is sitting there thinking the same thing that we're thinking. It is unbelievable. Now, the abortion conversation, I don't think that had any relevance to this case at all. Who she dated, whether she was pregnant 1,000 times, that has nothing to do with her mother not being alive anymore. So that I do not understand where they were trying to go with that one. It was just to try to make her, it's South Carolina, right? I don't know how they go on that issue, but if it was just to make her look bad in front of the jury, that's also just really shady. That's terrible. Can I do? Okay, I can mute that. Rochelle needs to hurry up. No. What else were we going through? Yeah, the GoFundMe. Did she take down the first one because she didn't want it anymore? Or did she take it down because GoFundMe told her that she couldn't have it? And so then she opened another one? That one was confusing too. And I can understand needing a GoFundMe so that she could be closer to her mom while her mom was being treated and everything. But when you look at all the other things that came out about the money, it just makes her look really kind of, in Rochelle's words, shady. The sad thing is that they even got the daughter to admit that he was financially helping her. How long ago was it? Because I think I missed it. Like, was that a recent thing or was that a couple years old? I mean, because I'm trying to think of a scenario, but you can help somebody 2 years ago and then currently screw them over or do something horrible. That doesn't mean what you did 2 years ago is going to be excuse your bad acts, basically. No, it had nothing to do with the case, but I think the defense was trying to show that he was even willing to help her financially with that. Yeah, again, so just because I do a good thing, that doesn't just excuse my bad acts. And I understand what you're saying, Rochelle, and I agree with I see what the defense is doing. They're trying to make him look like a good guy who's willing to go out and help her and, loved her mom and all that stuff. And I think it's working. The defense is, as much as I can't stand her, she's doing her job. So I agree with you on that one too, Rochelle. She's doing her job. She's doing a great job at it because the prosecution is really, really lacking on that one. I do like the way she finally popped up and was like, if I may finish. I was like, damn, okay. No, I agree with that. It's just the fact that defense is showing that she was always supposedly asking for help from her money and from Craig. Yeah, I agree. The defense has turned the focus to money, and it should have been about the abuse the daughter herself witnessed even the day before the fire attack and the grapers in the room. This is I again see where they're going with the money part, because it makes her look like definitely less reliable, considering how she got the conservatorship. She took him to court for it and all of that stuff. But the conservatorship, when she did it, it makes her just look like she only did it so she would have access to the money. It's definitely not looking good. It looks good for this guy at the moment, at least, right? Oh my goodness, this prosecution. I thought they were going to have a better day today. It's really lacking. YB, it's brilliant lawyering, but it's wrong. I agree. Like I said, I don't like the tactic, but she's doing her job, and she's doing a great freaking job. As Rochelle said earlier, Donna may need this lawyer's number. Yeah, he's a convicted criminal on many cases. Yeah. And to play devil's advocate, so to speak, I would have to say, just because, and I'm going to use this one because it's the easiest one to use, but marijuana hasn't been legal forever. So let's say that you were convicted of selling marijuana. That doesn't turn you into a person who unalives other people. I mean, so one crime doesn't equal the other part. I don't know. How do I want to say that? Doesn't mean that you would do the more extreme crime. So I would love to see this defense go against Georgia. Yeah, right. Exactly. That would be quite a show.
The worst thing that
Rochelle's here.
The worst thing that I think they got the daughter to admit to is the fact that she returned her mother to a dangerous situation. If she was so worried for her mother, she would not have returned her mother to that situation.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, I gotta pause this. I can hear that noise.
Oh, sure.
I can turn the volume.
Yeah, I muted it, but I couldn't do anything else.
She is a good defense attorney. And I know, listen, if the daughter didn't have all this stuff, she'd have nothing to go off of. So the state attorneys should have went at this right from the beginning. This is what they should have questioned her on in the beginning to take the steam out of the defense. Sorry, guys. I know there's going to be people that disagree with me, but my God, that daughter screams somebody that was always constantly going and getting money and just being a leech. Like, she's a bad witness. Bad.
I think that right there where it's, I think she's very powerful defender, best ever. Very sad for justice. I think that goes to the base of our justice system, because everybody's allowed a good defense, right? And if we didn't have good defenses, everybody would be in jail. It's only because the prosecution has to put on a strong enough case that there's no reasonable doubt. If they can't do that, then that's also very sad for justice.
But here's the problem with the state attorney, the whole team. They have lackadaisy police officers that didn't do their jobs properly. They have lackadaisy medical. They have a horrible main witness. Like, honestly, how do I say this? They made Terry out to look like she was incompetent even in life. Her daughter made her look out like that. Like, I'm sorry, my 80-year-old grandmother can work a cell phone better than I can. But they made her out that she couldn't even work a cell phone. We have coffee crew members that are older than what Terry is and that can get around in the internet like nothing. Like, she's got bipolar. I wonder my question that popped in my head is, why did her first marriage end? And why is this older woman dating such younger men. Even the witness's dad was younger.
Well, I think what kind of caught my attention at the start of the questioning was, or not start up, but you know what I mean? Well, you will. Anyways, when she sat there and basically pointed out the fact that Terry knew Craig before he was even 18 years old.
He lived with her before he was 18.
Right. And so then it makes it I have to watch my words, but then it makes it look like it just doesn't look right. I don't know how to word that because
people are going to say you're victim shaming, but I'm not victim shaming because at the same point, we didn't live in that house. We don't know what was going on.
Absolutely not.
We just know what happened. And then we don't truly know what happened. We're just knowing what people are saying to us that happened. Because usually the state attorney lays it out to where there's no questions. Yeah. There's too many questions here. And why did she need a man like that? Right? Like, this case here, I thought it was a cut and dry case. This is nothing but cut and dry. And this state attorney is the worst prosecutor I have ever seen in any trial. Even worse than Cacciatore and Mr. J in the Sarah Boone trial. They were horrible.
Well, they got the job done.
You know
what I mean? I'm saying they got the conviction.
They got the job done only because Morris came in with a stupid defense.
Yeah.
He should have just came in. She's an alcoholic. They both are. They're both abusive to each other. He should have just done that. But coming in with the defense that he did, I just think was a stupid move on him. This whole case is weird. Why? This whole case is weird.
And when I was talking about the whole age thing, anyways, because we don't know if anything did or didn't happen. That's not for me to know, apparently. But what I mean by that is how they're making him look like he could have also been a victim earlier on. So
bingo.
I'm not victim shaming at all. I'm just pointing out how this is looking.
When I watch a case, I like to watch it without knowing any of the background. That way I'm not tainted by anything I've read or seen. I come at a case as I was a juror. And I'm saying from somebody that does not know anything else about this case except for what we're seeing in court, if I was a juror, I would be like, something's not right here.
Right.
Like the corruption, I would definitely be calling out corruption from the police force, 100%. And that's why I'm trying to find out if the corruption doesn't work on his behalf, but is her family tied to bigger people? I don't know, but there's definitely corruption. Y goes, all the background is in your email. Thanks, Y. I will be looking at it tonight because as I sit here right now, I can't vote this man guilty. As I sit here right now, and I'm just going to be honest. I'm honest with the coffee crew. You guys know that. But from the evidence that's come out, I can't vote this man guilty at this very moment. And this is when I should be leaning towards guilty because it's the state's case. Let's hope for the recording to be allowed. Yep. Like this is the state's case. I should be 100% right now on the side of he's guilty. And I can't say that. I'm not saying that he didn't or anything. I'm just saying if I was a juror, I can't say right now he's guilty. I believe you're right. Why they should have started with the recording. Yep. Unless they use the recording at the end, or I'm wondering if they'll be able to use the recording in their closing statements.
They can use it if it's brought into, I believe they can use it if it's brought into the trial. That's what the whole thing was about, Sarah Boone and the tapes.
But this defense attorney is too good. She is not. She's very careful not to open any doors. She's good. Like, I'll give it to her. She's a good freaking attorney.
She is.
And that's shocking because we haven't seen a good defense attorney in a very long time. It should be. You're right. You're right. Why? It should be brought into evidence during the state's case.
Right. That's why I was saying if it's brought in, and it should be, if it's brought in there, then they would be able to use that in closing.
But the amount of missteps the police did, they didn't test things. They didn't do this. They didn't do that. Their statements and their reports are different. It's just insane. Yeah, why the officer that did the interview with the victim would be the one to bring it in. Yeah. Like, they're bringing in all these officers. And I guess they said SLED is coming in probably after lunch. This defense attorney is going to have a ball with SLED. And we know how that worked out with their Murdoch trial. SLED seems to be the most corrupt police agency around. I don't know how this goes. I'm really shocked the chat is so small. I do know this case is taking it out of me when my work. I should be done, but I'm taking too much time in chat. Why says the pocket of the defense are lined with the blood of victims. But, and I understand that, and I get how people feel that way. But honestly, if you were in his shoes, would you not want this woman? She's not calling out anything that's not true. That's what I like about her. Hey, Blacklister, welcome. Hey, she's calling the daughter out on her BS. She's calling the cops out on their BS. I would want her to defend me. Hell yeah. Yeah. Anytime she says something that somebody's saying, she brings it back with documentation. So was the state really prepared for this case? Because they should have had voyeurs done and know what people are going to testify to and say, well, no, let's not bring this person because the fact is this is completely different than what they've reported.
I don't think that the prosecutor was ready for this defense attorney.
I don't think she's ready to be a prosecutor or a state attorney at all. Like, I'm going to call her out. And usually I'm on the side of the state, but this woman is just dreadful. Like, I believe she doesn't know what her witnesses are going to even state on the stand. Otherwise, she would have called all this out on the daughter in the beginning and took the steam right out of the defense's cross. You could just have a show to vet about this trial in the evening and show clips. I think people just don't know you are on during the day, in my opinion. Probably not, but that's okay. I've already started. I'm going to follow through. I just got to find a way to be able to work while I'm doing it. Because already today I figured about 2 hours. But she is a great she's a great defense attorney. The state attorney is, I'm wondering if she's fresh out of college. I don't know. Something's not right. She's not meant for this type of job. Or record trial and show it in the evening. You would hear me just bitching and moaning the whole time, Deb. It might be comical. I'm just trying to keep up with chat and work at the same time. And it's hard to do. Because I don't like ignoring you guys. I like to have that communication back and forth. Why did that turn to top chat? Why not? Why is it not live chat?
Are you staying now?
No, God, I got to go back to work. I got to pay my bills.
Why? Bills are so boring.
Yeah, well, I've always worked from 12 years old. I have never not worked. I'm just going to try to figure out if I leave the studio. You are good at multitasking. Oh, I am trying. I am trying. What should have only taken me a couple hours today is taking me a lot longer. But I got to finish that house today because I got another house that starts tomorrow. You do why? You have my name right. But I think I'm taking tomorrow off because I got to get my house all ready. Do this stream because my son is coming for when I go and have surgery. That would be so I'll be listening but at home tomorrow, and I'll start the other house Friday. Because today's Wednesday. I'm hoping. See, I thought we would have closing statements by Friday, but I bet you the defense is going to put on a whole big case. Oh. So what is everybody else's opinion? Where do you sit on the daughter? Because that is their main witness. The house sold for $80 because he trashed it. Now it's worth $300. Okay, but what house? That's what I wasn't clear on. Because he owned both houses. Her name was not on the other house. It was just him. And then he saved her other house from going into foreclosure. See, I thought the way this was going to play out is she was the money person, but she's not. He's the money person. Wade Hampton Ave. Yeah, he's the money person. He had money from crime. Yeah. That's what I mean, guys. I know this guy is not a good person. I know 100% he's not. But the state is having, yeah, it was in several safety deposit boxes. And it seemed like the whole abortion thing, I was like, oh God, where's this going? Then I realized it was to show that he even was willing to help her out with that. The defense attorney insisted on being at the bank to get that.
I really think that on the abortion thing, it was to try to make her look like like a really bad person, because this is South Carolina. I think that they're pretty conservative there. So that's what my thought process was.
But the thing that would, I can see it that way. But when the defense attorney said, did he not, and also your father, help you pay for it?
No, oh no, I know. I get that. I'm just saying, I don't even think that that needed to be brought up, but to show that she's not as good of a person as they all might think.
No, I agree. She's not. Like, I agree. This, I'm
saying why the defense brought it up was to show the jury that she's not as good of a person as they might think.
Oh, exactly.
That's all. It was just to taint her.
Well, she really didn't even need to do that, because she was tainted right from the beginning. Like,
yeah, very true.
Right from the beginning, she was tainted. There's things that the state could have got in. Like, first off, you watched your mother 5 times get her hand slammed in a door and you didn't stop it? Are you kidding me? I would have been out of my freaking car and I would have got in the middle of that shit. And it has nothing to do with him setting her on fire, stepping on her hand so she couldn't put the fire out. Like, and that's the thing. In our minds, we know he did this, but the state isn't proving it. And that's what makes me sick about this. Even the day before, she saw him slam her hand on the door. Yeah. And take her away. She's taken her away. But what does she do? She takes her back. Like, I'm sorry. I don't like my mother. Can't stand her. But if a man was beating on her, I'd be there in a heartbeat. I'd take her out of the situation. She wouldn't be living with me. I'd find another place for her to go. But because one of us I probably would end up in jail. They seem to be forgetting the reason they are there. A person died because of trauma done to her. Yeah, and that's Deb, and that's what I'm saying. Like, in our minds and stuff, we know he's guilty. But this state attorney is not proving it, is not laying anything out. And everything she lays out, the defense can rebut. The defense has documentation showing, no, that really wasn't said, or they didn't do this, or they didn't do that. When she was medicated and delirious, she kept yelling, die, bitch, die, and they didn't know why at that point. And here's the thing, do they have any of this on recording? It's not a money trial. No, it's not a money trial because the woman had no money. But the problem is the daughter did some little bit of shady stuff, which then puts a cloud over her and everything she says. You're right, why it's outrageous. It is absolutely outrageous. This whole case is freaking outrageous. I'd like to be able to sit here and say, oh, he's 100%. They're getting him. He's going down. I can't. This is one of the first cases ever I can't say that in. Sure, I can say he's guilty, but the state's not proving it. State just ain't proving it. But I need to. Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. Why? If he gets off, he will continue his crimes and maybe hurt others. I don't doubt it. But unfortunately, this was the state's case to lose, and they are losing it in a brilliant fashion. Yep, he is an evil man. But unfortunately for society, he may get off because bad prosecution. Yep. Deb says, I believe that also, YB. Who is mad? I'm very mad. Oh, I'm you should hear me at work, and I don't have it on. I should try. But you should hear me. I'm like, oh my God, can they just do their job? I'm like, I'm constantly going. I'm yelling at the state attorney. That's who I'm yelling at. Usually I'm yelling at the defense, but the state attorney is freaking useless. Like, I don't get it. Like, I don't get it. Maybe I'm spoiled from Georgia. I don't know. But Georgia would have came out with this stuff. She would have headed it right on, or she wouldn't have called the daughter as a witness at all. YB says, who has a state senator for a defense attorney? I've never heard of that. It's like I said. MasterChef UK has a new season if you want to cleanse your palate and mind. No, but what was I there? Did you guys hear? I don't know how much longer we have. I don't know. Did you hear about the wife and mother and brother that killed the wife's husband in Utah? I was going to do on that tonight. The mother, state needs to throw us a bone or we are done here. Yeah. The mother actually was Googling Dan Markel's murder. I could not believe that last night when I saw that. This family was, the brother shot the husband. He was trying to say it was in self-defense. He said the brother or the husband came at him with a knife, placed the knife in his right hand. The man was left-handed, so he wouldn't have had a knife in his right hand. The mother was Googling the Dan Markel case. And obviously, because, well, if the murderers are getting off from Dan Markel, then her family be able to. She Googled all the information on Katie's second trial on digital forensics. So she obviously was watching Corbett.
Well, Rochelle, where do you go when you need a master plan in something? Don't you go to Google on do-it-yourself projects?
I go to YouTube.
Well, she had to look up Google, or she had to look up Google. She had to look at Google first to figure out exactly who she wanted to watch on YouTube. It's all part of the plan.
She was Googling, or she was YouTubing Donna, how long it took Donna to get arrested. Oh yeah, this mother was like, she puts Donna to shame. But absolutely Googling the Dan Markel murder case. I was like, this is insane. And the brother has talked about how he was manipulated by the sister to do it. So I'm like, oh my God. I couldn't believe it. I was like, this is insanity. But it just happened in July, I believe. So the case is not going to be, and who knows if it will even be open. I'm sure, because of the whole Googling of Dan Markel, that media is going to try to be in that case. I don't know if Utah allows that or not. But they lived in California. Her mother lived in Utah. And they were talking about how, because she was going to visit her mom. This was the plan, to go and visit her mom. He changed his mind. He wasn't going to go. And so he was just going to rent her a car to go. And the mother was saying, no, you're going to have a sprained ankle. You have to get him here. You can't drive with a sprained ankle. You need to sprain your ankle now to get him to Utah so the brother could shoot him. Yeah,
Okay,
I think
sorry, how
tonight,
much time
Deb,
do we have left?
I don't know. I don't know when they went on break. I was driving. I'm gonna look for it because it was incredible. Like, as soon as they said she was Googling Dan Markel, Donna, Katie, Charlie, Wendy, I was like, are you kidding me right now? These criminals are so stupid. They're so stupid. Why would you be Googling shit like this on your phones or on your computers? I'm sure in the United States there is internet cafes. Why are you doing this on your stuff? Why are you leaving such a trail? Back at 110. Thanks, YB. Let me see. And I'll head back to work and nobody else heard of that? That was insane. I couldn't believe it. And that right there puts a little bit of a egg on Tallahassee, because now you got people in freaking Utah studying your case to see why it's failing so they can do the same thing. I won't be able to handle this case if things continue. Oh, why? I know. But I said I'll follow it through to the end, so I'm going to follow it through to the end. Just thank God it's what's today, Wednesday? Yeah. So hopefully it'll be to the jury by Friday. And hopefully this judge is nothing like the judge in friggin' the Melody Ferris trial. Oh my God, that guy drove me nuts. Let's hope. Let's hope the jury is I want to make sure this is not paused. Oh wait, it is. Okay. There. Deb says, a lot of people have a cell phone, look up stuff on phone, my family included. I don't have a cell. I look stuff up on my whole computer. Yeah, but Deb, you're not committing a murder. That's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if you're planning on committing a heinous crime, why are you looking stuff up on your personal cell phones? Why are you sending text messages that are just out of this world? Like, if you're planning a crime, get yourself a burner phone, my God, something. Toss it. Like you and I, or any of the coffee crew, we're not going to, it baffles me how these people think that information can't be brought off their phone, their computers, their laptops, their iPads, their whatever. Like, even like the Adelsons had multiple devices, but they kept all this shit on all their devices. Yeah, they can even get info from a server even without a phone. Yeah, like, to me it's just like this case in Utah. It's a mom, it's a daughter, it's a son. Why are you having any communications whatsoever on any device? Like, I don't get it. I just don't get it. I don't think they think beyond the crime or feel they are untouchable. I agree with you, Deb. I agree. I 100% agree. But like, the mother could have just watched YouTube videos like we do on true crime and chalked it up as that. But no, she goes on her phone and starts Googling shit about the Adelsons, Dan Markel, and all of, like, it's baffling. Cars even store data now. Yep. They sure do. Like, I just say this out there to these people. You're freaking stupid. To commit a crime in this day and age is the stupidest thing ever. This is when the world should be really, really low on with crime, because there's just no way of getting around it. There's no way of getting...
There is if you have a corrupt justice system like they seem to have in South Carolina. I'm very careful to say South Carolina is corrupt, because if it was really corrupt, Murdaugh would have got away with what he did. Well, honestly, I'm not talking about the whole state. I'm talking about these people.
But I don't see them as so much as corrupt as they don't really know their jobs. They're lackadaisy on their jobs. The police nobody had control of any situation or any crime scene. There was no hierarchy, I guess you would say. Yeah, they have their ranks, but there was nobody in control and dictating down the line what people were doing. Everybody was just willy-nilly everywhere. You've got a state attorney that, I don't know any better way of saying it, that does not know how to do her job. And you've got a defense that has a lot of power in the state. I don't get it. I don't get this case at all. I just don't get this case. And well, there you go. Why? And they are all related or know each other. Yep. Like, the daughter went to high school with this guy. And he ends up marrying her mother. Just baffles me. I see South Carolina as having a virus created by those with money and power spreading through weak-minded people. I'm trying to figure out how to say this. It's not saying that South Carolina people are followers, but I think it's so ingrained in them that you have a hierarchy, you just do what they say. But again, that's in every branch of everything. Just because you have a hierarchy, or this woman's running this branch, or this man is running this branch, you see followers in every branch, from top of government right down to bottom of government. Everybody gets in their mind, and that's where they're not willing to look out of the box. Everybody is brainwashed to a point. Everyone is brainwashed. There's a lot of sheeps out there. There is a lot of sheeps. We've seen it. We see it today, we'll see it tomorrow, and we'll see it the next day. But that's the way our world works, right? I like trying to keep this out of politics, but I'm seeing politics work in this case. Unfortunately, you would think that the politics would be on the side of the state, but truly isn't. And the state can't seem to pull it out of her ass. She'd do a better job if she didn't say anything at all, in my opinion. Yep, same with the Adelsons. Absolutely. Willie Maggs, that's all you got to say there. And all his connections, and then all connections that Wendy Adelson has made. But it doesn't matter who your head of anything is, your head of state, head of anything. There's always sheeps that won't speak up against the power and believe in that power, even when it is wrong. Right? Why? Follow the money. Political pockets. Unfortunately, that's the way this world works. And that's why I like going into these cases not knowing anything about them, because I'm not tainted by either side. I can, it's corruption in the justice system for sure. But I just that I'm still stuck on that daughter as a witness. She was horrible. Horrible witness. Yeah. I agree. It's really hard on justice seekers when this happens. Truly is. Yep, the Markels. You know what? I'm honest. I'm going out on a limb. I don't think the Markels will ever see justice. I honestly don't. I don't see them getting justice at all. It's sad.
If 6 people were involved in unaliving a family, I'm just going to say a family member, right? Are you getting justice if only 3 of them are convicted?
No, you're not getting justice until everybody involved.
Right. And I'm only asking that because some people will be out there and say that they did get justice. Look, there are 3 people behind bars. But
there's actually 4 behind bars.
Or sorry.
5
sorry,
actually.
My bad. Yeah, well, I meant convicted though.
Yeah, so 4.
Yeah, I was off by 1. I forgot because I freaking wasn't counting Katie and Sigfredo as 2 different people. Anyways, but yeah, there'll be some out there that will say, well, there are people in prison for it, so they got justice. People are serving time for it, but it's not the same if you know that the other people involved in it are out there running around free, walking on beaches and acting like everything's great.
Yep. And I'm going to go, like, I'm putting all my hopes in the jury on this case, because it's going to come down to them. Yep, the cup is half empty. Absolutely. I think it's, but then again, I look at myself and say, okay, you knew nothing about this case and you are not leaning towards guilty at this moment. I know he's guilty, but the evidence doesn't show that. And I think what really sent me in that direction was when the daughter returned the mother to that house.
It wasn't when the daughter opened her mouth.
Oh, I knew, like, I thought, oh my God, get her off the stand now. But
Uh-huh.
when they got her to say she returned her mother to an abusive situation where she watched her mother getting her hand slammed in a door 5 times and throwing down, then pushed down. Throwing and push are 2 different things.
How are you going to watch all of that and not call the police?
Exactly.
It's like, no, mom's got this. Mom's got this. She's good. She's got this fight. That's fine. I'm just going to step back here and watch.
Yep. Wendy was the reason for it happening, and she's the one free to raise Dan's boys. Yep. Yep. But she was the smartest of all them because her communication.
Her mouth shut.
She avoided the communication. She allowed her mom to send these emails and not reply, which we don't know. Maybe she did. We don't know yet. But yeah, daughter gave mom a phone that she did not know how to use. To me, that's just disturbing.
That's confusing. I'm like 104 and I know how to use a cell phone.
But you know what I mean? Like, it's even a restraining order wouldn't help. No, but you know what? If there was a police record of abuse at that time, it would help this case.
Do you think that the defense will come out with anything like, let's look at the Boone case and say that Terry was actually the abusive one?
No.
No.
No, I don't see that. I think the defense is going to play on her bipolar and that she would go in manic states and that it's possible she did do this with the fire and it was in a manic state. Yeah, exactly. Why that was the day before the fire. There's no way I would return a loved one to a dangerous situation right away like that. At least give it a few days to cool down, but I definitely would be calling the police.
You also have to look at the way the jury might be seeing this because, and I think we might have seen it in the Markel case. I'm not sure. Correct me if I'm wrong. But basically, or maybe it was Boone and she could remember everything except for, so she remembers like where like everything was taking place, how many times her mom's hand got slammed into the door, that she was thrown down, that she was between her mom and this spot, but she couldn't remember where she parked the car. The jury might look at that and say, well, is she telling the truth about the rest of that? If that's the only thing she doesn't remember from that night, it's just off.
Well, no, but as a juror, I would be saying, so you remember all this violence that your mother was going through, but you returned her back.
Yeah, right.
So is it that she was actually in a lot of danger, or are you making this up right now because you're to benefit? And the defense attorney made that clear that she has to benefit from this. The daughter was the worst witness ever. Wife says the mother was a weak woman. Allegedly, the daughter should have taken control. Why is this not on yet? Oh, here we go. They're back in. All right, guys, I'm going to remove myself from this stream. I'm going to try and see if I can log in on my phone. That way I can speak to you guys on breaks. Oh, am I got it muted?
The truth, so help you God.
I do, ma'am.
Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Very nice.
But I will mute myself for this.
My name is Jason Walker Chapman, last name Chapman. faceted. I do firearms. I'm the range master. I do less than lethal instruction. I do taser. I instruct active aggressor. I do active shooters for the schools. I am over all of investigations at the Colleton County Sheriff's Office, all of special operations at the Colleton County Sheriff's Office. I have received training through the FBI Command College. I've received training through, I'm trying to run back through all these years.
You can refer to
I was going
whatever
to say,
you
I might
need
have to read you a list off. Unlike the doctor, I don't have mine all chronological. Hostage negotiator, forensics investigation, crime scene processing, pretty much anything to do with the crime scenes. As far as the fire side, I actually got certified with the South Carolina Fire Academy at the age of 16 for exterior firefighting at that time. I then got certified as interior firefighter at 18. I have since then gone to classes or been part of trainings for everything from auto extrication to pump operations to wildland fires. I've also received law enforcement training and fire training for investigating arson or potential arson. I have maintained that certification with the fire department throughout my tenure as a law enforcement officer while I was at the Walterboro Police Department. I was also a dual role there for where we were firefighter and police. So I've maintained those certifications all these years.
Okay, so that's specialized training that you received, but have you ever been qualified as an expert in arson investigation?
Not in arson investigation, no ma'am.
Okay, so you can't testify to an opinion, but can you testify to things that you typically see and based on your experience and training in investigating such cases?
Rule 5, Brady, objection, that I think needs to be taken up outside of the presence of the jury.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a quick break, so take up a matter of lives.
Items of evidence or information the state intends putting into evidence. The state has never included a report of any kind from this investigator. I've never received anything from Mr. Chapman or the state of South Carolina regarding anybody involved in fire investigation. And I would object to the state now being able to come, since we have not been able to ascertain that information and we can't even rebut whatever she's saying. I've received no certifications from him or anything of what he had on the 19th, on January 19th of 2019. They've not provided me with anything. The only thing I had was Jason Chapman was at the scene.
Well, of course, I hadn't heard any of that offered yet, but I'm happy to hear from you on this witness.
Jason Chapman did not do a report, Judge. I was simply going to ask him about things that he observed at the scene.
He has not testified to what his certification was. He's not provided me or this court his actual certification in that area. My entire career representing defendants in Collin County, Jason Chapman, I knew he served as a volunteer when he was young, but I've never had the opportunity to even inquire of him of his experience of observing fire materials.
Well, let me make sure I understand. He's not being offered as an expert.
Correct.
He's giving his opinion on what he sees from the fire.
He's-
And that's the definition of an expert, just going about it in a soft kick way. If he's gonna give his opinion, he should at least provide this court with his fire certification. And she has not said anything. I assume she's trying to elicit cause and origin information from him.
No,
I
I'm
think
not.
I think he said she was about to ask him about what, if he saw something, what it would typically show.
No, I was going to ask him about his specific observations from this specific crime scene that he went into.
But not any sort of opinion as to what may have caused it or anything like that.
No, not cause or origin.
For instance, I
No.
saw burn stuff over
He's
here, but no burn stuff over here.
Yeah, what the scene showed.
Simply a fact witness.
Correct.
And
Okay,
he was on the witness list.
correct. He was on the witness list,
Okay.
but nothing regarding any statements or observations. I think it was Kelly Paget. No, yes, Kelly Paget said that Jason came to the scene carrying a black briefcase, or I believe it was her. One of the officers said that.
Okay.
I think that was actually your client that said that.
Maybe.
Okay, but this witness, again, will not be, not even offered as an expert,
Correct.
will not be asked questions about his opinion, and sir, you understand you wouldn't give
I
your
do, sir.
opinion,
Yes, sir.
simply observations. Now, you did say something about what one might typically see, and that sounds like maybe that might stray into the area of an opinion.
No, just that he's worked arson cases before.
Okay,
But I mean, I'm not asking him for origin or cause or anything like that. We're just talking about what he noticed at the scene.
Your Honor,
okay, but not a conclusion drawn from what he
No
noticed.
conclusions.
Okay,
I think what she has elicited from him so far violates Rule 702 in as much as he's already laid the foundation of all of his arson experience or investigation regarding fire. 702 is if scientific, technical, or specialized knowledge will assist the trier of fact to understand. That's what she's offering him as. Otherwise, she would not have gotten into all of the fire
well,
experience.
she hasn't offered him as an expert. And of course, we'll have a charge in a little while about experts and that sort of thing. I mean, that rule pertains to experts. He's not
Experts,
offered as an
right.
expert.
Right, and it's fairly typical to ask law enforcement about any specialized training and credentials that they've received throughout their career.
Yeah, I
There's
think
no
that's
rule
normal.
against that.
I don't have a problem with that. I understand that that is the rule. However, if she's going to ask that he evaluated the evidence, I do believe that violates it.
My understanding is the state is not offering this witness as an expert, will not seek conclusions or opinions from this witness, only observations.
Correct.
Okay. And my understanding is you don't object to observations, you would object to conclusions or opinions.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Okay, so as long as we stay within the lane, I
And
think,
as long as he doesn't characterize the evidence, because that can suggest a conclusion in some circumstances. If he were to say, oh, this is a week old, or this just it appeared to be a fresh so-and-so,
that would
suggests.
that would fall into opinion or conclusion, I agree. So, okay, I think we're all on the same page then. Is that right?
Okay.
All right, can you bring them back, please?
That gallery is extremely empty, like extremely bare bones. Prosecution better hit the ball out of the park with this next witness.
Thank you. We did a 3-week civil trial a month or so ago, and the jury had to be removed repeatedly for the same sort of thing. One of the jurors came up with the idea of a cone of silence that would descend over the jury. And so, but I don't know if that'll go anywhere. But thank you all. Again, we've had to take up the matter outside your presence, and it's handled. So please proceed.
Thank you. Captain Chapman, I think you had just finished talking about your various credentials, special training, and your experience in law enforcement. So let's move on. Were you employed by Collin County Sheriff's Office January of 2019?
I was.
All right. And you're still employed by them today?
I am, ma'am.
And what is your current position?
Currently, I am over investigations, evidence, and special operations. That includes things, tactical operations, marine, water rescue, search and rescue, things of that nature.
Okay. And how many hats did you wear back in 2019?
All of those with the addition of being the intermediate between all the other divisions and the sheriff.
Okay. Did you help out in the investigation into the murder of Terry Lewis?
I did, ma'am.
Okay. Let me ask you this. There was a lot of talk about lack of body cams. Can you explain the sheriff's office policy at the time on body cams and why people did not have them?
Yes, ma'am. So at the time of the incident, we're talking January 17, 2019, the law that was passed in South Carolina mandating body cams, it was originally taken up in 2015. By the time it went through some modifications and all went into effect in 16, and it mandates that all uniformed officers who do regular or routine contact with the public be provided body cams. It also stated that the state would provide funding for the purchase of those body cameras. It was not until, I believe, mid to late 17 that we actually got our first funding and got the cameras that went to road patrol. That was what the funding was for. The funding that we initially provided was $3.4 million for the entire state that bought cameras and the hardware and the storage for all of the cameras. And it was divided out based on the number of officers you had in your agency that fit that criteria. So all of our uniformed patrol officers were issued cameras so that we could be in compliance with the new state law. Everyone else, we didn't have the money at the time to purchase cameras. It wasn't an option. It wasn't that individuals or divisions were given the option. It was that the money that was provided by the state went to purchasing those cameras for road patrol, and the officers didn't match what the law required. So January 17, 2019, only uniformed road patrol officers were the ones that were equipped with body cameras and in-car video systems. Detectives do not have in-car video systems and did not have body cams. It wasn't an option. And they're not allowed to wear a off-brand recording device because the evidence collected by the body cam systems that we use cannot be tampered with. It can't be deleted. It can't be overwritten. It automatically uploads to a server at the sheriff's office. That server is protected. In no way, shape, or form can anyone in the office manipulate that video. If they were to use an aftermarket video system or their own personal telephone or something like that, they could then potentially alter that evidence. So it was not allowed to use a $30 camera from Walmart as a body cam.
Okay. do you respond at some point to the Wade Hampton home?
I did, ma'am.
All right. And did you go into that house?
Yes, I did.
All right. Did you assist with the execution of the search warrant?
I did, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to show you some pictures just to refresh your memory, and then I'm going to put them up on the screen and just have you describe various things that you noticed in these items. These are states 21, 25, 30, and 33. If you can just flip through those, see if you recognize those as pictures from 273 Wade Hampton.
I do, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, I'm going to start by publishing States 21. What room is this in the house?
When you come in from the garage or the carport area, this was the first room that you encounter. Be classified, I guess, as a den or a living room.
Okay, and what is, if you're looking at it as we are right now, what is to the right?
The steps that you see in the far right-hand corner, that goes up and into the actual body of the residence. I believe, I'm going to say maybe the next room is the kitchen, possibly.
Okay, what is to the right of that gray chair?
There's nothing right there right now. That should be where the stove area is.
Okay, that's where the stove is,
Yes, ma'am.
to the right of the gray chair.
That's correct.
Okay. And what did you notice about the living room?
When I got there, I assisted the other two detectives that were primarily collecting evidence, mostly for observation. And there were discolorations on the floor that had wet spots. Can't tell you what the wet spots were, but there were discolorations on the floor. There was also melted material that was strewn around the room. There was some of that melted material that was visible on some of the furniture. If I'm not mistaken, I believe like the TV stand had some strewn across it. Also the actual stove itself, or fireplace, if you want to call it, had some of that on it, and some charred or burnt remnants. There were also some bloody, what appeared to be footprints, and some blood in some random places on some of the other furniture.
Did you notice any charring or singeing on the floors?
There was some.
And characterizing singeing. Has to be stricken.
Did you notice
Torres,
any
please disregard the question.
damage to the floors?
There was visible damage.
States 33. Can you describe what we're looking at here? What did you observe?
So this would be an image of the stove or fireplace that I was referencing earlier. When you shut the stove or fireplace, the left door has to shut first, the right door will shut over the top of it, kind of like the doors do on the back of a SUV in order for them to shut securely. There's some black substance that is all over both exterior doors there.
Did you look at the inside of these doors?
I did look in the inside, yes, ma'am.
What did you observe about the inside of these doors?
Inside the fireplace or stove, there's none of that black material that appears to be thrown or spilled or splattered or whatever on the inside of that fireplace. There was one log that does not have appeared to have been used yet, like someone had it placed in there to light a fire, and one log behind that one that had been partially burned at some point in time There were quite a few cigarette butts that had been.
Captain, if I can stop you right there, I'm sorry. I'm going to switch pictures for you. This is states 30. I think you were kind of going into this. Is this the fireplace?
Yes, ma'am. So,
Okay. And is this the log that you were talking about that looked kind of fresh?
yes, ma'am.
And the other burned log?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
And then the cigarette butts you see around there, they were smoked, I guess is the best way to describe that to you, and discarded inside the fireplace. There was no heat inside the fireplace at the time of processing, and nothing that looked wet or, no, I think that was it. That's all I can comment on. Nothing that was, no visible moisture, no visible, nothing else visible inside of it.
Okay. All right, and then this is states 25, and I don't know if you had any additional observations with this one, or you may have covered them all.
And that's just a backed off picture of the same item that we were discussing earlier. There's, again, you have some type of black substance on the outsides of the doors. The black substance doesn't appear on the inside of the doors. No heat located or detected inside the stove or fireplace at the time of processing that one piece of wood that was not burnt, one that was, and multiple smoked fire butts or cigarette butts inside.
At any point in time, was burned clothing belonging to Terry located during this investigation?
No, ma'am.
All right, and did you locate any portions of the couch that was found?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What did you locate?
On, I believe it was the 25th,
Okay.
following further investigation by the detectives that were actually working the case, I was advised of a particular vehicle route and a possible location for additional evidence that may have belonged to the couch that had been located the 18th, the day after the incident. So I went and searched the area of McLeod Road, and I actually located 2 additional cushions and 2 blankets. The cushions, again, showed what appeared to be evidence of a burn, and the blankets showed evidence of being burned.
Okay.
There was also, I believe, a simple Bic lighter that was located along with those, and they were simply in the ditch line off the shoulder of the road off McLeod Road.
Okay, beg the court's indulgence. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 76 and 77. I don't believe defense is objecting to these photos.
No objection.
Okay.
Thank you.
I would move them into evidence at this time, 76 and 77.
It states 76 and 77 without objection.
All right. You can take a look at these photos, Captain, and describe what's contained in them.
Yes, ma'am. And what you have marked as State's Exhibit 76 is a couch cushion on the side of the road. It's in a little bit of standing water that's in the ditch. We have it marked as item number 1, And in State's Exhibit 77, it's a matching couch cushion. And it also has what appears to be a blanket or some type of sheet or something that was along with it. They're both also partially submerged in the water.
Were those the cushions that you came across and collected?
They were, ma'am.
I'm going to publish these, Your Honor. This is 76. And 77. Thank you, Captain. That's all I have. Please answer any questions Ms. Brightman has.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Captain Chapman, you started talking about your experience.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we put that in context? How long did you stay at the city of Walterboro?
A little over 16 years.
When did you leave?
I left on December 27th, 2012. I was unemployed for 3 days while I transitioned to Collin County Sheriff's Office, and I started there January 1 of 2013.
As a matter of fact, when this county elected Andy Strickland as sheriff, you became his major. Isn't that right? You
Did
came
I-
over
no,
from
ma'am,
the.
That is not correct.
What was your position? Weren't you over CID?
I was, ma'am, but I
And
was not a major.
you were his in charge over all
No,
investigations.
ma'am, that's not correct.
Were you and Andy close?
We were at the time, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And he brought you because he knew he was a highway patrol officer and you did investigations. Isn't that right?
No, ma'am, he brought me because of my experience and what I was going to be doing at the time, but
And
I
he-
was not placed over investigations.
Who's over investigations?
Who was over investigations?
Over you, because I thought you were in charge at the time.
I am now, ma'am. You asked when I came over, was I brought over by Andy
And you
to run
were,
investigations? I was not.
what was your
I was
position?
hired at the time as a lieutenant.
If you don't mind,
Oh, no,
I'm
no,
not
no,
going to
No, no,
interrupt
that's
you.
okay. I
So-
want to make sure.
So,
I was hired as a lieutenant over a 5-man team that did basically guns, gangs, and drugs.
Okay.
Is the easiest way for me to summarize it.
and you did that in that capacity. And then after Andy left, right before he left, y'all had some difficulties. Is that correct? As it relates to some of the teams that you had, that you were over.
You're going to have to be more specific, ma'am, because I'm not sure if you're talking about that Andy and I having
No,
difficulties. with the
not you and
teams.
Andy. Some of the different teams with different counties and the metro units that y'all were involved in.
We weren't involved with a metro unit at the time. I was involved with a metro unit when I was at the city of Walterboro, but when I came to the sheriff's office, the only metro unit that we were involved with was not drug related. It was a water team
Okay,
with Charleston Metro.
okay, got it. Now, when did you come over from the city?
January 1 of 2013.
So at the time that you came over, it was a couple of years later when Andy Strickland secured monies for body cams. And then you talked about the securing of money and
Right.
how we got a certain amount of money, but you didn't tell the jury about the federal funds we received after a lot of the cop involved killings, did you? Did we see
I
what,
can't comment on something I don't know anything about, ma'am.
okay.
I'm not in charge of anything to do with finance.
Okay, got it. Were you in charge on the day that this accident occurred?
Was I in charge
Yes.
of,
Were you the highest ranking person that came to the scene over there at Wade Hampton?
the sheriff was the highest ranking.
He came to the
He
scene?
came to the initial scene at the hospital.
Oh, no, I'm asking Wade Hampton.
Okay.
When you arrived
I would have been
on,
the highest ranking officer, yes, ma'am.
and so what does that mean to a layperson? Means you're in charge of handling how the investigation goes, doesn't it?
Not necessarily, ma'am.
Well, what did it mean to you all?
Assist. What do you mean to you all?
On that particular day, what did it mean for you to be at the scene?
Okay, Ms. Matthews, I'm not trying to be smart. What I'm trying to get from you is a specific question. What does it mean for me to be on the scene?
What was
I'm
the-
an officer. There was a call. I responded to the call. I'm not sure what you're getting at.
What was the plan of, I wouldn't, and I
No,
apologize.
that's okay. I just want to make
What
sure I
was
answer
the-
exactly what you're asking.
Can I ask one thing? I think our court reporter's having a hard time because y'all are talking over each other. Just
I apologize, Your Honor. That's right.
What was the plan once you got there and you were in charge? Who was responsible for what duties?
Okay, so because I am in charge does not mean that I was ordering anybody to do anything. Captain Stallings was temporarily over investigations at that time. I was taking a position that supervised over Captain Stallings. So Captain Stallings was actually the one that was handling all of the investigation. I was there as an experienced investigator to lend assistance. It wasn't that I was there to instruct or do anything. That's why I did not collect any evidence. I didn't personally handle any evidence. I simply went along with the group that was processing inside the residence and offered my expertise as in what I thought something may be, what items probably should have been collected, what items were collected. But I didn't touch, manipulate, or do anything with the crime scene at all other than lend my expertise.
Did you walk through the house?
I did.
Did you see 3 dogs?
I actually called dispatch and requested animal control to come and get dogs that were in the residence.
Is your response yes or no? Did you see 3 dogs?
Ma'am, let me finish. If you're going to ask me a question, slow down. Let me answer the question. I called animal control. When they advised me there were dogs inside the house, they were opening the blinds and looking through the kitchen window. Did I see 1, 2, 3 dogs? I don't know how many there were, but I notified dispatch that I was advised that there were 3 canines in the house. Did I see all 3 of them? I don't recall if I saw 3, but there were dogs in the house. Animal control came and got them.
When you walked through the house where the dogs, did you see animal control take the dogs out of the house?
Animal control went in and got them with one of the other deputies. I don't know that I was there when they actually got the dogs out of the house.
Did you ever leave the house once you called animal control?
Not until we released the scene. I don't believe I'll leave the house.
Can you tell this jury whether the dogs were big dogs or small dogs?
I can't, ma'am. I have no idea.
Did you see any dog feces in the house?
I do recall, and I can't say, ma'am, with certainty of exactly which room it was, but I believe there was a back bedroom possibly that had dog feces on the floor.
Did you see any urine in some of the photographs that y'all had?
As I spoke earlier, there was some fluid, something wet on the floor in the living room that we were in. I can't testify whether it's urine, water, or what it was.
Is it fair to say, since you're now saying that Angela Stallings, who was also investigations but dispatch from her testimony, is it fair to say that whatever she did in her capacity as an investigator, she would have, you as her superior, you would have reviewed?
Not necessarily.
You would not?
Not necessarily. No, ma'am.
I'm going to go out on a limb here.
Yes, ma'am.
When I ask this question. Were you not trained over your multiple years of investigation that documentation is vital to any investigative report?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you prepare a written report so that you could accurately describe what you saw on that day and what happened on that day for this jury 5 years later?
So I did not personally write a report because I did not manipulate, collect, or process any evidence. I accompanied the other detectives. It was very clearly documented by their photographs and by their supplements. Having not done anything other than make observations, I did not write a report.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Were you advised in any time in talking to any of the other officers, or either talking to your boss, Andy Strickland, who, by the way, was at the hospital for some of this investigation? Did he tell you that Leanne Kellum was his tenant?
No, ma'am.
You never knew that?
No, ma'am.
Okay. This happened on January 17th, 2019. And Craig Lewis was incarcerated at the Collin Detention Center until February 19th, 2019. At any time during the time that he was incarcerated, did you or any of your officers, since you had already Mirandized him, did you go to get a statement from Craig Lewis to discuss what happened?
I never Mirandized anyone. I didn't conduct an interrogation or an interview on anyone. I believe you were referencing one of the other detectives. I personally never went and talked to Mr. Lewis, but I was informed that
if you would not say what
you
were
asked me.
No,
so
I asked you.
Ma'am, you asked the question.
Don't say what you were informed.
I simply asked, did you go to talk to Craig? I didn't ask what anyone told you. Did you go and talk to Craig during that month that he was at the jail?
I did not.
Did you instruct in your supervisory capacity any of the deputies, investigators, or people under you to go and get a statement from Craig?
I was not over the investigation simply because I am the commanding officer of the other captains. I did not instruct anyone to do anything in the investigation.
May I approach the witness? I'm going to show you what I previously marked as Defendant's Exhibit number 7. Do you recognize that photograph?
I believe this is one of the items that was along the shoulder of the road with the couch cushions.
Can you identify it the way you did in direct, what that was?
It was described as a blanket.
Okay, thank you.
A blanket or some type of throw blanket.
Your Honor,
sheet.
remove number 7 into evidence.
Any objection to defendant 7?
No, Your Honor.
All right, that'll be defense 7 without objection.
I'm going to give this machine a try. How do I do this?
I see it on
Mr. Chapman,
Yes, ma'am.
on this photograph where I have pointed to in that blanket, is there any white cotton? Did you look at it and see whether or not there was white cotton coming out of that blanket?
I can't testify to what the material is, but in that image, it does appear to be some type of white cotton type material sticking out there.
Was this blanket collected by the Sheriff's Department?
I am pretty sure the blanket and the cushions were collected.
Was this blanket ever tested by SLED for any fire, incendiary material, or anything of that nature?
I did not submit anything personally to be tested, so I do not have any knowledge if it was submitted or not.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
There has also been I'm coming right back over. I think your attorney might have presented to you one of the photographs like this one, but that's a bigger view.
That would be the state's attorney, not Captain Chapman's
I'm sorry.
attorney. I have no objection.
Yes, ma'am. It appears just to be a larger image of the couch cushions on the side of the road on McLeod Road.
Out of the things there that we see, was any of those items that you brought as an exhibit, were any of those items, excuse me?
Yes, ma'am.
SLED for evaluation of any kind?
Again, ma'am, I did not personally submit any items to SLED for processing. To my knowledge, I cannot answer that question because I do not know.
So we have, it looks like several items on there that
Yep.
you don't believe was sent.
I didn't say I don't believe, I'm saying I have no knowledge of whether they were or were not.
Okay, that's fine. It is defendant's exhibit number 8.
If it helps, the state is fine stipulating that those items were not sent to SLED in all candor to the court and for the jury.
Okay, so first of all, defendants 8 was entered without objection. Second of all, the state represents that those items were not tested. Is that correct?
Correct.
Other than the items that we've talked about, the sofa,
Yes, ma'am.
the cushions, the blankets, the items collected from the home, what else was collected that was large? Was there, let me rephrase that, Mr. Chapman. Did the state collect or seize a trailer, a black trailer, as a part of this case?
I don't remember the color, Miss Matthews, but I do know they brought in a trailer
Okay,
and secured it in impound.
okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 56.
Thank you, ma'am.
Is that the trailer?
That does appear to be one of the photographs that was taken of the trailer.
And to your knowledge, was that trailer ever sent for testing?
In what regard, ma'am? I mean, what kind of testing?
I'm not sure. Why was it seized?
You would have to ask the officers that seized it. To my knowledge, was the trailer sent to SLED for processing? No, ma'am.
Was it tested for, was it seized for any particular purpose of testing?
I can't attest as to why. To my knowledge, the only reason that the trailer was maintained in impound was because it was allegedly used in the crime. And I won't go any further than that. But
as we sit here today, it is your testimony that 5 years that trailer has not been used for any testing, hasn't been sent to SLED, but yet you still have his trailer at the sheriff's department.
it is policy of the sheriff's office that any vehicle, which if you look at South Carolina law, a trailer is actually classified as a vehicle, that any vehicle used in the commission of a accused homicide, that vehicle must be maintained until the trial is complete. So do I know that this trailer is still in our impound? Absolutely, it sure is. I did an inventory the other day and it still appears in our impound lot because, as you see today, we're here in trial. So it's maintained like every other vehicle that was used in a reported homicide.
And that trailer was seized from Kansas City.
I do believe so, yes, ma'am.
And nothing was submitted for testing or testing by officers of the Collin County Sheriff's Department locally on anything from Kansas City.
I can't attest to what was sent off from Kansas City, ma'am.
The fireplace you talked about, doesn't it appear to be surrounded by ash and cigarette butts?
I remember there being some white powder around the base of it. I don't remember there being any cigarette butts around the base of it.
Okay. The fire log,
Yes, ma'am.
when did you arrive at the scene?
I can look at this piece of paper here and tell you exactly, but it was some 15, 18, 20 minutes after the initial call was given out.
Well, let's go to that.
Okay.
15, 18 minutes after the initial call, that would have been around 2:30. And the search warrant wasn't received in this case until 5:30, right?
If you say so, ma'am. I'd have to look at those numbers to tell you. I don't know what time we were dispatched. I just know that after responding to the hospital, it was about 15, 18, or 20 minutes before I got to the scene from the hospital.
Isn't it correct that at least 5 or 6 hours had passed by the time you went into the house and say you felt a lull?
You're asking me if it was 5 or 6 hours? Well, ma'am, if I got there at 3:30, somewhere in that range, and the search warrant was signed at 5:30, that would be 2 hours, not 5 to 6.
You investigated in some regards this matter? Did you see where Terry Lewis was at the hospital at 12:14?
When I look back at the report, I could see what time after they got additional information that they had come in earlier in the day.
Mr. Chapman, you don't know when Mr. Lewis got home to Wade Hampton Avenue earlier that day, do you?
Do I know when he arrived back home? I'm assuming you meant from the hospital.
No, I'm asking you, do you know any of his arrival time at the home prior to the fire?
I have no idea.
Okay. Court's indulgence, please. In your investigation in the past, have you had the opportunity or experience in measuring footprints?
I have.
Did you measure the footprints in this particular case?
I did not collect, process, or manipulate any evidence. So no, ma'am, I did not measure anything.
Prior to coming here, did you realize that Angela Stallings said, who you say was in charge of the investigation, that she didn't write a report either?
Prior to coming here, did I know that?
Yeah. When you were preparing for this trial, which y'all say my client committed murder on, did you look at the fact that someone under you did not even write a report, and you're telling us that she was in charge of the investigation?
She was in charge of the investigation.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, ma'am.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No redirect. Thank you, Captain Chapman. I
Thank
would
you.
ask that he be allowed to be excused.
Ms. Brightman?
No objection.
No objection. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. State calls Hugh Tang. Agent Tang, if you can step this way to be sworn.
Raise your right hand. Left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony of the report shall be the truth? So help you God. Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Wei Tang, last name Tang.
Thank you, Agent Tang. Who are you employed by?
I'm employed by South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, commonly known as SLED.
All right, and how long have you worked there?
I have been there 34 years.
And in what field are you employed?
I'm employed as a forensic scientist assigned to trace evidence section.
How many times have you testified as an expert in analyzing trace evidence?
In trace evidence, over 20 plus times.
Okay. And you have specialized background and training in that?
Yes, ma'am.
I would offer Mr. Tang as an expert in analyzing trace evidence at this time.
Any objection?
Your Honor, I would ask that the state ask this witness if she's offering him as such for him to give his experience.
Okay, we can go into that. Mr. Tang, can you go through your educational background and all of your experience and certifications that led you to your position in this field to be allowed to testify as an expert 20 plus times?
Sure. I received a Bachelor of Science with major chemistry from University of South Carolina. For my first 10 years, I was assigned to drug analysis section. Then the following years, 2000, I was assigned to fire debris analysis section. And around 2003, 2004, fire debris section and trace evidence merged as trace evidence.
Okay, so you've been analyzing fire debris since the year 2000. Is that what you just testified
Correct.
to? Okay, so for the past 24 years, you've been analyzing fire debris through trace evidence and have been declared an expert 20 plus times in court.
Correct.
Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. The state would offer Mr. Tang, Agent Tang, as an expert in forensic analysis of trace evidence.
No objection.
Thank you. You're so qualified.
Thank you. So as an expert in analyzing fire debris, what do you test for?
Test for ignitable liquid residues from the evidence that's submitted from the local agency.
Okay, you test for ignitable fluids?
Ignitable liquid, correct.
Ignitable liquids, okay. And so you can just tell if they're there or not, right?
I'm going to allow that. Just
Cumulative.
yeah. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you say when they got there?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Is it possible for there to be an ignitable liquid used that burns off during a fire?
Your Honor, objection leading.
He's an expert, so we can ask him questions of that nature,
Well,
hypothetical.
Leading is still to be avoided, but I'm going to let her, just for efficiency.
The question should be what happens when
I
things are
don't disagree.
ignited.
See if you can rephrase it a little bit.
Okay. If there is a negative result for ignitable liquids, does that necessarily mean that there was no ignitable liquid?
Once again, objection leading. That goes to the issue.
He would have to explain.
Let's see if there's a good way to get around that. What possible results might there be? There may be a way to restructure the
Sure.
question.
What possible results are there when you're testing for ignitable liquids, and why?
If there's negative result that either ignitable liquid was not there originally or is consumed in the fire due to a volatile component of ignitable liquid, it might have evaporated.
Okay, so it's possible that ignitable liquids are consumed in the fire
It's possible, yes.
or evaporate?
Correct.
Okay. And let's go specifically to this case. Did you test items for Collin County Sheriff's Office?
For this,
Yes.
L
for-
192413?
Correct.
Yes, I have.
Okay. I'm going to hand you a box that has been labeled as States Exhibit 60. That's just the box that contains the items that have already been entered. So I would enter the box just for purposes of the record. And I'm going to ask you, okay, if these are the items that you tested, if you can just confirm that these are the items that you tested, and then you can go through and talk about your results.
Sure.
Okay? Thank you. Now I'm going to leave you to that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Go ahead and tell us if you tested anything that tested positive for an ignitable liquid.
Item 4, one can contain powdery material and fire debris. The result is medium petroleum distillate vial. Example of medium petroleum distillate include, but not limited to, some charcoal starter, some paint thinner, some dry cleaning solvents.
All right, and that was item 4 that tested positive.
Correct.
Did any of the other items that you tested test positive for ignitable liquids?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, going back to item 4, can you tell when that ignitable liquid was deposited in that fire debris?
No, ma'am.
And regarding the other items that tested negative, is that conclusive for not having an ignitable liquid?
Based on our testing, no ignitable liquid found. I'm sorry.
Okay. But does that mean that there was never an ignitable liquid?
Asked and answered. And also leading again, because she just asked, is that conclusive? And he repeated his answer.
Right.
I think he
You
was
were on to the
confused.
next question, but you're objecting over the past question or the
She
question?
rephrased it and asked the same thing. She asked, is it conclusive of no ignitable liquid? And he read his report once again, and she said, but that, then she asked him to explain in the other way, which means she's asking.
I'll just withdraw because I'm a little
Perfect.
confused
Thank
by
you.
defense.
Thank you. All right.
Okay, let's not make this any more confusing. Thank you, Agent Tang. Please answer any questions that the defense may have for you.
Good afternoon, Agent Tank.
Good afternoon.
We've heard all this evidence presented here from you that was given to you for testing and what you've tested. Hypothetically speaking, in your expert opinion, would it be unusual for ignitable fluids to be found in an area where they're frequently used?
If have legitimate reason for a sample to be there, I don't see why not.
After caution, don't John. No further question, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you. I would ask that Agent Tang be allowed to be released from his subpoena.
No objection.
No objection. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, John.
State calls Catherine Lacey.
Do you affirm the testimony about to give recorded in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God? Yes, I do. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Catherine Leisy, Leisy.
Good afternoon, Agent Lacey.
Good afternoon.
Who do you work for?
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, more commonly referred to as SLED.
And what do you do there?
I am a forensic scientist assigned to the DNA casework unit, and I'm currently assigned to the team that works homicides and other violent crimes.
Okay. How long have you been at SLED?
A little over 18 years.
And can you describe your educational background and special training in forensic sciences?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree in genetic engineering from Cedar Crest College in Allentown, Pennsylvania. Once I was hired by SLED, I received in-house training by other court-qualified analysts in all the different types of tests and analyses that I'm required to perform. I had to pass competency tests before I could begin actual casework on anything that was submitted to the laboratory. I'm also required to perform proficiency testing multiple times a year to show that I am following protocols correctly and also that those protocols work as we anticipate that they will. I'm required to participate in continuing education on an annual basis that consists of keeping up to date with current readings, as well as attending seminars or conferences that help keep us up to date with the most recent available technologies in forensic DNA testing. I also have approximately 4 years of experience at a private DNA testing facility that was known as Orchid Cellmark prior to my time at SLED, and I performed the same types of test analyses there that I do at SLED.
Okay, and about how many times have you testified as an expert in forensic DNA analysis?
I have testified, I believe, on over 150 occasions at this point, and that's in counties throughout the state of South Carolina, as well as jurisdictions in California, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Florida, the District of Columbia, United States Federal Court, and a United States Military Court-Martial at Fort Jackson.
Thank you, Agent. At this time, the state would offer Agent Lacey as an expert in forensic DNA analysis.
No objection.
All right, thank you, so qualified.
Thank you. Agent Lacey, did you test a number of items in this case that we're here for today?
Yes, I did.
All right. I'm going to hand you what has been entered as state 69 and ask if you recognize this item.
Yes, I do.
What is it?
This is what was identified as a blood spot from Terry Lewis, and this would be an item that we would use to develop a known DNA profile from an individual. That profile can then be compared to evidentiary profiles.
Okay, and so were you able to develop Terry Lewis's DNA profile from this blood spot?
Yes, I was.
Okay. I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 70. Ask if you can identify what is contained in this bag.
This heat-sealed pouch contains a set of swabs that were sent to the laboratory. They were submitted as swabs from the floor. More specifically, they were identified as swab from floor labeled number 15, swab from floor labeled number 16, and swab from floor labeled number 17.
Okay, did you test these items?
I did.
All right, I would enter 70 at this time.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 70 without objection.
Okay, and what results did you get from those swabs that you tested?
The swabs were what we refer to as being sub-itemized. So each of the swabs from the floor was tested individually. The swab that was labeled number 15 as submitted was treated as SLED sub-item 9.1. The first step in testing that particular item was what we refer to as a presumptive serological test. So we're looking for the possible presence of a bodily fluid. That item was presumptively positive for the presence of blood, meaning blood was possibly present on that item. I was able to develop a partial DNA profile from that item. And the fact that it's partial just means that I was not able to develop information at all of the locations that were tested. but the material and the profile that I developed was suitable for comparison to the profile from Terry Lewis. I interpreted that DNA profile as being single source, meaning it was consistent with being from just one individual. I then performed a comparison between that partial profile and the profile from Terry Lewis. And the way that SLED reports statistical analyses is what is called a likelihood ratio. And a likelihood ratio is a comparison between two possible explanations for the DNA profile that is developed. So for this particular instance, with a single source profile, my two possible explanations is that it is Terry Lewis contributing the DNA profile. My second possible explanation being that it is some unidentified, unrelated individual who is contributing this profile. And during the comparison, it was determined that the DNA profile developed from 9.1 is approximately 280 trillion times more likely if it is Terry Lewis contributing the DNA profile than if it is an unidentified, unrelated individual contributing.
Okay, and 280 trillion has how many zeros?
1 trillion would be a 1 with 12 zeros behind it.
So lots of zeros.
Correct.
Okay. Can you give us the results from the swab from labeled 16 and the swab from 17?
So the swabs from number 16 and number 17 were sub-itemized as SLED items 9.2 and 9.3 respectively. From both of those swabs, I developed a single source DNA profile that was suitable for comparison. It was the same profile developed from each of the swabs. Again, the first step was the serological test, and again, it was presumptively positive for the possible presence of blood. I performed the same type of likelihood ratio calculation using this DNA profile and determined that the DNA profile developed from SLED items 9.2 and 9.3 is approximately 100 septillion times more likely if Terry Lewis contributed the profile than if an unidentified, unrelated individual contributed the profile.
All right, and again, I'll ask how many zeros are in a septillion?
1 septillion would be a 1 with 24 zeros behind it.
Okay, so 124 zeros.
Correct.
Okay. All right, and finally, I'm going to show you what has been marked and identified previously. States Exhibit 71. Ask if this is the final item that you tested.
Yes, it is.
Okay, and what is it?
This particular item was identified as swabs from an entertainment center and then was identified as SLED item number 10 internally.
Okay, state would move 71 into evidence at this time.
71 without objection.
Okay, and if you can please tell the jury what your results on this item was.
For the set of swabs from the entertainment center, the serological test was negative for the possible presence of blood. I did go ahead and attempt to perform DNA analysis on the item regardless, but no DNA profile was developed, which indicates there was either not enough DNA present to develop a profile, or if there had been DNA, it had been degraded or broken down to the extent that I couldn't develop a profile.
Okay, thank you, Agent. Please answer any questions defense may have for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Agent, is it correct that you did not receive the DNA to compare in this particular case to run this test until after Terry Lewis had died? But when did you receive the comparison swab?
I would have to look at the exact date that I took custody of it. Being a blood swab, I would assume it came from autopsy, but I'm not exactly sure of its time of collection.
Do you mind looking?
Not at all. So the blood spot identified as being collected from Terry Lewis at autopsy was submitted to the laboratory on March 11th of 2020. It was then stored in our secured evidence control department until I took physical custody of it on September the 13th of 2022.
So you took physical custody of this to run your tests, and when? September of 2022?
Yes, ma'am, September 13th of 2022.
And do you have any notation? I assume you would get no notation on when the original blood was collected from the scene.
That's correct. Typically, once the blood is collected from autopsy and submitted to the laboratory, we can only maintain and keep track of what happens once it's been submitted to us. So when it was collected, it's not something that I could testify to.
You also can't testify to how old the blood is that you have.
That's correct.
The area where there was no DNA detected near the entertainment center on your notations, no DNA. Do you have a test to determine whether or not it's animal blood or liquid?
Well, for the swabs that were identified as being from near the entertainment center, that serological presumptive test was actually negative. So there was no indication of blood present on that set of swabs.
If it was an animal substance, do you have a test that would determine that?
The preliminary screening test that we use is not human specific. So had it been from a pet, from some other animal, we would have expected a positive serological result from that.
Did you take any tests of any liquids in any of your?
No, the only items that I received were the blood spot from autopsy, which is essentially just a sterile filter paper that has blood poured on it and is then allowed to dry, as well as multiple sets of swabs that had fluids potentially that were collected and then dried before submission. I did not receive any physical liquids.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have anything further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. You may be excused.
Thank you.
Mhm. That was the state's final witness, so the state rests its case at this time.
All right, let me give them a break and we'll take up what's next. So would y'all please take about a 15-minute break and then we'll be back with you.
This has got to be a joke. This is so bad.
Suppose I should have told them 30 minutes, but anyway, maybe not. Do you have any motions at this time, Ms. Bright Matthews?
Yes, I do, Your Honor.
I'm happy to hear them.
The defense would move at this time for a directed verdict. This verdict is based upon the state's failure to show a prima facie case of arson, the elements of arson, and the elements of murder. They have not established, even by circumstantial evidence, that this defendant set the fire, nor have they been able to establish that he committed a murder. Of course, unless they can establish the arson, they don't have the murder. I understand the state's position on some of these issues as circumstantial, but they have failed to establish the essential elements. Excuse me. The essential elements of murder, that there was an intention to kill, that he did it with malice aforethought. They have failed to establish that the arson was an actual act intentionally by Craig Lewis. We have received no information or nothing from the stand from the state on any of this. None of the officers, no experts, no one has even been able to put Craig at the house at the time the fire started. And on that basis, the defense would move for a directed verdict.
Thank you so much.
Thank
Yes,
you,
ma'am.
Your Honor. At this stage, of course, the court is concerned with the existence of evidence, not the weight of the evidence, and the facts are taken in the light most favorable to the state. Regarding the arson and the murder, this is a circumstantial case. However, the defendant actually places himself at the scene of the crime. He is with Terry Lewis when he states that she tries to light a fire and it blows back on her. This takes place the night after a domestic incident that was witnessed by her daughter, Leanne Kellum, where allegations of cheating were alleged by Mr. Lewis, where he says she now gets nothing. Well, what better way to ensure she gets nothing than to kill her? He does not call 911 for help. All of the cleaning that he is doing when police get there, the fact that he cleans himself up before taking her to the ER, the fact that Terry's clothing is not found, there's missing evidence, there's circumstantial evidence that he has manipulated the scene, removed a burned couch, cleaned up fire debris, and gotten rid of Terry's burned clothing. It is the state's theory, and we do have circumstantial evidence that Mr. Lewis, in fact, did either light Terry on fire or light the couch on fire. The couch is burned where Terry habitually sat on the left side. If you look at the scene, the story that he tells makes no sense. There is burned, what appears to be burned clothing, debris, or what have you on the outside of the doors of the stove. There is nothing on the inside. Had the doors been open, it would have been there. Presumably the doors would have had to have been open for there to be some sort of blowback explosion. Not to mention, there is no charring, burning of anything around that fireplace. There's a gray chair that is right next to the fireplace, on which a bucket sits atop. None of that is burned. There's actually a photo, an unframed photo, a paper photo to the left of the fireplace that's not burned at all. And somehow Terry is burned all over her face, all over her chest, all over her legs, and primarily on the right side. Now, if she is sitting on the couch where she typically sits, or if she is laying on the couch where she typically lays, that would be the side that is exposed to someone that could possibly light her on fire. The arson statute indicates that a person willfully, maliciously causes an explosion, sets fire to, burns, or causes to be burned, or aids, counsels, procures a burning that results in damage to a building, structure, or any property specified in subsections B and C, going down to subsection C, which is to include personal property. Personal property would be that couch. For it to be arson first, serious bodily injury to a person or death results. We do have serious bodily injury that actually did result in death, and that is pursuant to South Carolina Code 16-11-110. As you well know, for murder, malice can be formed in an instant. I do think that we have ill intent and malice, evidence of that occurred the night before, as well as lighting someone on fire. While this is certainly circumstantial,
Man, she's reaching.
the defendant places himself there. There's nobody else there that could have done this besides Terry herself. And that is refuted by all of his actions that take place prior to and after this incident. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else?
Oh, she's nervous.
Right. Thank you so much. I believe there is the existence of evidence, circumstantial, but definitely the existence of evidence that support what's going on with this. And I respectfully deny the motions on both arson and murder. Did y'all want to take a quick break before we start?
Yes, I have my first witness on the way.
Okay. And then I can go ahead and go through the colloquy with Mr. Lewis about testimony or not. Do you want to do that before, or would you like to take a break now?
I would like, we can do it, it doesn't matter. It's whenever the court wants to do it.
Well, why don't we, since we've got a few minutes before we can begin anyway, if you've got someone, we'll just do it right before we bring the jury back in. So suit everybody. So we'll take a quick break now. If you would let the jurors know that they've got a few extra minutes. Okay.
She was reaching.
Oh, what the fuck?
They put on no witness that doesn't have some kind of flaw. Not one witness.
Oh my God. This is a shit show. And I thought Sarah Boone was a shit show. Well, she was definitely a shit show. But you know what I mean. This is absolutely terrible. And is this her first trial? How many cases has she prosecuted? Because Deb asked or said she acts like this is her first trial. So I'm actually curious how many she's prosecuted. And how many wins does she have if she's prosecuted any?
No, she doesn't sound like that at all. It's, oh my God. So 2 SLED. 1 states, oh, I didn't get the samples until 2020 and I didn't do anything to them until 2022.
Right.
And then you got another one that tested about igniter fluid, which just fell apart at the end. It's like, oh my God.
Yeah, this is I can't see them coming back with a guilty verdict.
I'd be shocked if they do.
That's just my opinion, but I don't see it.
Because, like, if we're honest and we're straightforward, and we're not, stuck in any form of allegiance or anything like this, can you honestly say that they've proven that he started that fire?
Absolutely not.
There's no way.
Nothing.
There's nothing that they've presented right now that says he started the fire.
Deb said they will study this trial in college on how to not run a court.
So, like, I'm looking at it this way. Okay. He panicked. He didn't know what to do. He started trying to put the fire out. He took her clothes off, trying to get the burnt clothes off of her body. Then he put her in new clothes to take her to the hospital. See? You could explain away why she was in different clothes. Because the state has not proven anything. In his stress, in his moment of anxiety and stress, he was doing whatever he could to put the fire out, get the burnt clothes off of her body, and get her as quick as he could to the hospital. That explains that away. Why she was in different clothes. I can explain the couch away, why it wasn't in the house, because anybody that smelt a couch burning before, it's toxic.
Yeah, but
And
look
that-
at where he dropped it off.
Well, that's the thing. But
So now
it
they're going to
depends-
throw on littering.
But that you can't explain away, but you can explain why the couch was no longer in the residence. Now, her daughter and the defense have all said she's a heavy smoker. So the reason my couch went up was because the person I was in a relationship with at the time fell asleep with a smoke in his hand. And my couch went up in flames.
I'm so grateful you said that because I was scared for a second that you were going to say you fell asleep with a cigarette in your hand. I was like,
Mm-mm.
Michelle.
Oh, God, no. Absolutely not. He fell asleep with a cigarette in his hand. He was working midnights and he sat down on the couch, had a cigarette, and when he got home and fell asleep, woke up to the couch in
Wow.
flames. So that can be explained away too.
Could. It could, but sorry. I'm so stuck on how bad the prosecution is. I'm so stuck on, like, how is she not asking I have 1,000 questions I would have asked. I have 1,000 questions I would have come back on a rebuttal to ask. She's just letting everything go.
What I need you to do is pull up chat though, because in this where I'm in right now, I can't see chat at all.
Oh, I read you the last one, and I read you a few of them. High school cliques holding a reunion with a mock trial, Deb H said.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't doubt that Georgia, when she does her mock trials, she doesn't get a hold of this one.
Mhm.
But
They
honestly,
didn't.
I can come up with these explaining things away because the state did not do their job.
Right. That's why there's going to be reasonable doubt.
Yeah.
Deb H said they did nothing. They are just wasting money and people's time. They're not taking anything seriously.
No, I agree, Deb. I agree. This was pathetic. Like, I've never seen anything like this before, ever.
YB said the prosecution is also very corrupt and tainted with corruption in this case, just in her opinion.
Yeah, something's like. So the head guy, Stalin was his name, was the daughter. I just heard it just a minute ago. Was the daughter's landlord at this
Stones.
time? Stones.
No, I thought it was Andy was. That's why they always ask, and your boss what, or, ow, sorry, I just hit my shin. I thought it was their boss or somebody else, but yeah, somebody was, somebody on the police force or the sheriff's office was her landlord.
That's dreadful.
Well, you can't control who, it's like, I don't know that your stepfather's going to commit a crime in 5 years from now. So, or I know, like, how do you say that? I know your stepfather's going to commit a crime in like 5 years, so I can't rent the apartment or house to you. You don't know, even though I'm a police officer, I don't know the future. But still, it's all just really weird.
No, but that's not even the point. Of course you don't know. Of course. But you don't lead up in an investigation where there is a connection. And the fact that everybody that was high up in the police force says, well, I didn't do that. I don't write those reports. I don't review those reports.
Pass the buck.
It's nobody is owning anything about it. It's just insane. Yeah, I was higher up than everybody that was there at the time, but I just decided to sit in my car and eat a donut and drink a coffee.
I was
No,
the highest ranking there, but I didn't give orders because everybody kind of just does their own shit. YB said the state is corrupt for the fact that he was charged with murder and kept bonded, yet the state never entered the case into the docket for 5 years.
Oh, is that the state, YB, is that the state being corrupt, or is that the state just not knowing what the fuck they're doing? Like, to me, they're so inadequate. Like, they're just, I've never seen anything like it.
Deb said he used a combo of 3 accelerants. She would not have mixed accelerants to start fire, which is true.
Which is
Like,
true, but again, here's the thing. The state did not prove and put that accelerant in his hands.
Nope.
That's
Not
the
at all.
problem. I agree with what Deb's saying. 100% I agree with it. But if we're honest and we're not like instantly pitchforks and all this, and we're actually hearing a case out as a juror would do, you can't say they put that accelerant in his hands. They can prove that he did this. There's no proof.
YB said it's political and that senator is behind all of this.
Yeah, this is just baffles me.
And where the hell is the recording of the victim? Why did the prosecution not bring that into evidence?
Thank you. Mr. Lewis, at this time, I'm going to explain to you certain of your rights. If you do not understand anything I say, please let me know. If you want me to explain anything in more detail, please let me know. Do you understand?
Yes.
We've now reached the stage of the trial where you may present your defense. You have the right to claim the protections given to you by the Fifth Amendment of the Constitution of the United States. This amendment states, in part, no person shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself. This means that you cannot be required to testify in this case. You have the right to testify on your own behalf. However, no one can make you testify. This is a personal right, and no one can waive this right except you. If you decide to testify, you will be subject to the same rules that govern other witnesses, and you may be examined and cross-examined on any relevant issue in the case. In addition, if you have any convictions involving dishonesty or false statements or for crimes punishable by imprisonment for more than 1 year, and this court determines the probative value of admitting the evidence outweighs its prejudicial effect to you, the solicitor will be able to introduce your record to attack your credibility. If you decide to testify, this decision on your part must be freely, voluntarily, and intelligently made, with knowledge of the protections given to you by the Fifth Amendment and the consequences of your decision to testify. If you decide not to testify, I will instruct the jurors that they cannot give the fact that you did not testify any consideration whatsoever, and that there is to be absolutely no prejudice to you because you did not testify. It is left entirely up to you whether or not you testify. You may talk with your attorney, your family members or friends, or anyone else, but the final decision will be left entirely up to you. Do you understand what I've explained to you?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions about what I've explained to you?
No, sir.
Have you discussed with your lawyer whether or not you should testify?
I'm gonna have to talk it over with my counsel.
I understand. I'm not going to ask you right now whether or not you're going to testify. We're just getting this part out of the way. Do you wish to have any more time to discuss this with your lawyer? And the answer is yes. I think you just
Yes,
gave me,
sir. Yes.
which is fine. All right. Do you have any questions about the constitutional rights?
No, sir.
All right. Thank you so much. Counsel, is everybody happy with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. All right then. Let's get the jury back.
They're going to wait till the last witness to see. He has a deeper voice than I thought he was going to have.
He's just magically appeared. Did you bring these in? There.
Wonder who she's going to bring as witnesses in. Definitely somebody to discredit the daughter.
All right, thank you all. Did you all follow the instructions, not discussing it with anybody? Yes, great. Thank you so much. Ms. Bright Matthews, I'm happy to hear from you.
The defense calls Dr. Gunther Rinkin.
You're gonna have to put your hand in. You can put your stuff there. Raise your right hand, left hand on the left. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
My name is Gunther Renken. Last name is Renken, R-E-N-C-K-E-N.
Dr. Rinkin, can you give us your brief professional training, education, and certifications?
Yes, ma'am. I went to the Medical College of Georgia in Augusta, graduated in 2000. I did a family medicine residency there for 3 years, and then was board certified in family medicine. And I've been recertified in board medicine twice and practiced medicine here in Walterboro since then.
And what is your certification in? Family medicine?
Family medicine, yes.
And where do you practice medicine?
At Walterboro Family Practice.
And how long have you been practicing there?
21 years.
And have you ever been qualified to give your opinion as an expert specializing in family medicine?
I'm not a professional expert witness, but I have given testimony here in this court several times as a family medicine practitioner. Yes, ma'am.
You've been subpoenaed here today because you provided medical care and treatment to Terry Lee Lewis. Have you had an opportunity to pull her file from Walterboro Family Practice and review it?
Yes, ma'am.
And was she your patient?
She was, yes.
How long has Terry Lewis been treating with you at Walterboro Family Practice?
My first appointment with her was in 2010.
And since then, have you continuously been her family medicine doctor?
Yes, I have. She had seen one or two of our other providers when I was out, but yes, for the most part, that's me.
When was Terry Lewis's last appointment in your office? Yes, please.
November the 9th, 2018.
And since then, have you seen Terry at all since then?
No.
What did you list as her medical history at that last appointment?
She had diabetes, hypothyroidism, bipolar disorder, depression and anxiety. Oh, I apologize. Headaches and constipation.
What was hyperthyroidism? What is that?
Low thyroid.
What does that mean? What does that do to the body?
It makes the body more sluggish. Folks can have weight gain, dry skin at times, and they can be mentally a little bit slower.
Did she
if not treated.
And you were treating it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Did she have, you said she had depression. Was she ever diagnosed with any type of depression?
She had bipolar depression.
Had she had it during the entire time you treated her?
Yes, ma'am. And she saw a psychiatrist for that.
And as to her diabetes, was she insulin dependent?
Yes, she had been on insulin. Yes.
Okay. And how long has Ms. Terry suffered with these medical problems?
She came to me with those medical problems. I'd have to go back to her old records, but when I first saw her in 2010, she had had those medical problems.
In 2014, did Terry Lewis have lithium poisoning or lithium toxicity?
Lithium toxicity. I know it's semantics. Poisoning would be
like
that someone had tried to kill her with
it's
lithium.
like it's intentional.
But she had high levels of lithium in her system. Yes, ma'am.
And what was that causing? How was her body responding as a result of that?
From the records that I saw when she was admitted, she was confused and had balance problems and difficulty maintaining her balance and walking.
Okay. She had problems maintaining her balance?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were her complaints after getting out of the hospital for the lithium toxicity?
May I review the
Yes.
records here? She had some low back and neck pain since falling after she had the problem.
And she'd been in the hospital prior to that for how long?
2 weeks.
Okay. And the lithium, was she taking a form of lithium for her medical condition?
Yes, ma'am. Lithium is a mood stabilizer, and she was taking that for her bipolar.
I got it. Did you see Ms. Lewis on February 7th, 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were her complaints at that time?
She was in with a tremor and was having a lot of shaking and having difficulty keeping her balance. She had had trouble eating and drinking because of the shaking and was tired, and she had had difficulty driving.
And this goes all the way back to 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
As a result of, did she describe, or did you describe in her records how she trembled and what part of her body had tremors?
I can withdraw.
How did she describe her medical condition?
She described it as she had had difficulty with shaking a lot and difficulty keeping her balance.
Did she say what part of the body was shaking?
Objection, leading.
No, ma'am.
Your Honor,
Oh, I'm sorry.
this is an exception for medical, for a statement for medical purposes.
It's in the report. You may proceed, sir.
Go ahead, Nick.
When I examined, she did not say to me which body part. When I examined her, I did make note that her hands were shaking.
Okay. Did you follow up and send her for a neurological exam to see if she had Parkinson's?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I sent her to the movement disorder clinic at MUSC.
Okay. And did Miss Lewis also have breast cancer?
Yes, she did.
And she had that in 2012?
Yes, ma'am.
And did she, as a result of that, what kind of surgery did she end up having?
She had a double mastectomy. She had both breasts removed.
Did she have any follow-up regarding any chemotherapy or radiation?
She had both. She had radiation therapy, a full course of treatment for that, and then had chemotherapy and was maintained on chemotherapy after that.
There's been some talk about Ohio River fungus. What is that?
That is a fungal disease that affects the lungs.
And is it curable?
It is treatable, yes, ma'am. For most folks, they don't really even know they have it.
Okay.
In patients who do get sick, there are medications that can help treat it. And yes, very few people have long-term effects with it.
And did she have Ohio River Valley fungus? Did she?
I'm not aware of that.
Okay. On January 3rd of 2014, you were forwarded a report from St. Francis regarding treatment received by Ms. Lewis.
Yes,
Do you see that?
Sorry, guys.
Yes, I have that, yes, ma'am.
And what was Miss Lewis being seen for at Bon Secours St. Francis?
Her discharge summary states that she was seen with dementia, diabetes, hypertension, a history of breast cancer, high cholesterol, and bipolar disease.
And at that time, they diagnosed her with dementia in 2014? Or maybe that's what she was released for?
Yes, ma'am, that was the diagnosis, discharge diagnosis.
Did you receive medical records from Colleton Medical Center after Ms. Lewis was an inpatient on the 4th floor of the hospital on January 8, 2014? If so, please refer to those records.
I have received those subsequently, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
What does those records reveal as it relates to any history, social history regarding abuse of this patient?
Her abuse history, as listed by the admitting physician, stated that she had denied being a victim of physical, emotional, sexual abuse at any point in her life.
Did Ms. Lewis's tremors ever resolve or stop?
Not that I was aware of, not
Please
when I
answer.
was treating her.
Excuse me?
Not when I was treating her, no, ma'am.
Please answer any questions Ms. Swanson has, please.
Good afternoon, Dr. Rankin.
Good afternoon.
I believe we've actually been on a case before.
Yes, ma'am.
And I came out to your nice farm.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Okay, so you treated Terry Lewis when she was alive,
Yes, ma'am.
but not after, obviously, the life-threatening burns that she received, right?
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I've seen her again.
Okay. And she was being treated for her depression, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And the last time that she came to see you, it was just her litany of normal conditions that she had had for a long time. And that was November 9th of 2018, right?
Yes, ma'am. That is correct.
Okay. So any of these, you never diagnosed her with dementia, correct?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Thank you, Dr. Rankin.
Thank you, ma'am.
I don't have any redirect.
All right.
What?
Objection to this witness being excused.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Rankin.
I'm sorry, guys, I gotta cut in here, but if I was a state, I would have said, is it normal for patients that go through abuse in relationships not to report it? Are you kidding me? You kidding?
Your Honor, the defense rests.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God.
What? What?
We had a brief discussion earlier about it's only 3. So
Oh my God.
members of the jury, I think what we're going to do is let you go, because most of what we will do for the rest of the day, we would not do in your presence anyway. And have you come back tomorrow at, are we still good with 10, or is that work?
2-day murder
You as
trial.
well?
It's up to the court. We should finish ours today, and we can start earlier if you want to, or 10 o'clock is fine.
Let's make it 9:30, just in case, okay? Does 9:30 work for y'all in the morning? All right then. Thank you all so much for your attention today. Standard instructions, please, this evening, don't discuss the case with each other, with anyone else. Please don't do any investigation of your own. Please avoid any report any computer, internet, media accounts, anything like that. And I will see you all at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you so much.
Two-day murder trial. Never seen anything like it. Knew he wasn't going to say nothing because his criminal past would come up. Right now, the jury don't know if he's got a criminal past at all.
All right. Y'all want to take a 10-minute break and then maybe we can try to get together on charges? We can
I did just send an email to Your Honor, the law clerk and the state from the defense proposed jury charges.
Do you have them printed out that we can look at?
We can certainly go print them.
I was thinking we'd meet in the conference room here, try to sort all that stuff out here in 15 minutes or so. Does that work?
That'll work.
Ms. Swanson, did you look at, I hadn't looked at any of them yet, but did you, are those a good
We
template?
just got them 7 minutes ago. So
Okay, and I've got the big giant green book full of them back there. So between those two things, we ought to be able to put something together. So y'all want to just try to meet back there in that conference room in
Yes.
15 minutes? Okay.
Is it okay if my client be excused?
Yes, he may be excused, yes. If you're making copies, Mr. Murdoch, if you're making copies, can you bring us both a copy? That'd be great. Thank you so much. I do not. We don't have any need for the court reporter.
Two-day murder trial.
Okay. Thank you.
I know she wants to stay with us.
Say again, I'm sorry.
I know she wants to stay.
I don't have the words.
I can't help but keep saying two-day murder trial. Not
I don't have the
even-
words.
Not even 2 full days.
Oh my God. Yeah, I don't have, I can't say anything. This is insane. I don't see a guilty verdict at all. Not even kind of.
Two-day murder trial. Even stop saying it.
No, sir. No, sir. I want to smack him. Ow. Okay, I got it.
Oh shit.
I did it.
Okay.
I got it. Yeah, that killed my ears. I realized. I was like, oh shit. Got it. Well.
So, what's the consensus in chat? What happens?
Nobody's saying anything right now. It's pretty silent.
How many people do we have in there?
10.
That's it.
Uh-huh.
Well, I might continue to stay. Anymore.
Can't hear you.
You know what's sad? Is
YB said mad and burnt a sheet of cookies.
Oh no, why? Oh no.
This is insane. The prosecution's closing is going to be, well, we showed you what we wanted to. None of this makes sense.
You want to know something that's really sad?
Hmm.
In the amount of time it took for me to paint out a house is the same amount of time it takes for a man to have a murder trial.
Yeah, well, craziness.
Oops, sorry guys.
You're trying to kill my eardrums today.
Trying to get my stuff together so I can get the hell home.
I don't see a guilty. I really don't.
So that doctor was brought in.
To prove she had dementia.
Yeah, that was it. And that she was bipolar. And that was it.
Yep.
So if somebody on that jury knows somebody with this disease, which it is a disease, it's nothing to be ashamed of, and their family member or friend has manic moments where they can do really, really horrible things in those moments, they're going to look at it and say, it's possible. He was leaving her because she was cheating on him, and she went into a manic moment, threatened to burn the house down, and this is what happened. I'm telling you guys that the state did not do their job. And I know people don't like me saying this stuff, but as a juror, I just have to say as I see it.
As a juror, I have reasonable doubt.
Yep.
Not saying now, I think he's guilty, yes. But did the defense poke enough holes to make you go, well, that makes sense? And the prosecution didn't fight that.
Absolutely. Absolutely they did. That's why I can sit here and say, this is how it could be looked at. They screwed up big time.
Weiss said this case is a good example of the corruption behind the scenes.
No, I agree with her. But the thing is why would the state be corrupt in his favor? I don't understand.
If his family was connected somehow.
So in that sense, you have to look at it as, okay, they have to bring him to trial, but we'll do everything we can so he doesn't get convicted.
Pretty much. That's honestly what it looks like, is what it actually looks like. Because the state did not fight for this. The state was not even bringing in their C game here. They did not fight for it.
This looked like, I'm telling you, I don't know this state attorney, but listen, there's not one of us that hold our tongues when it comes to attorneys. And she is horrible.
I would have won this case.
She needs to
She was
find a new.
bad.
Yeah, she needs to find a new occupation. Because she was horrible.
Well, considering that she went to law school, let's just pray she doesn't choose to be a professor of law. This was bad.
That was worse than that.
I know, but that's
when the defense beats up every single one of your witnesses, and they only bring on one witness to ask a question about dementia, diabetes, bipolar, and the state doesn't even do a rebuttal.
Nothing.
They just like, yeah, we agree with them. That's all we need.
Deb said, no, the state did not do their job. You are right.
They truly didn't, Deb. She is a horrible attorney.
I think the prosecution did more help for the defense than they did anything.
because they only called witnesses that the defense could discredit.
Tear apart. Exactly.
Like, they didn't have one witness that they could discredit. They even
Including the daughter.
They even discredited the one sled agent and said, well, when did you get these samples? Like, why would you bring that person in if you know they didn't have those samples until 2 years after, or sorry, a year after, and they didn't touch them for 2 years after? You can't tell me that that doesn't give doubt that this evidence was tampered with. Like, oh
Now
my
you
God.
can always sit there and say that because of the backlog, you can't see my air quotes, but because of backlog, that's why it took so long to do the testing on it. But it gave no excuse as to why it took so long to get it to them.
Wow.
We see backlog problems. We see backlog problems all the time with DNA testing and other testing in that sense.
But it almost sounds like to me, I understand backlog, but it almost sounds like to me like they were hemming and hawing if they were even going to charge them.
Well, they did take forever to charge. So, yeah.
So, well, we're not going to spend the money on this resource to check this stuff if we're not even sure we're going to charge you. You know what I mean? That's what it looks like.
Or if we don't even know if we want to win this case, then we're really going to sit on it.
I just don't get it. I've never seen anything like this in my life. Although criminals out there in the world, South Carolina is where you want to go. Because they don't know what the hell they're doing there. Oh my God. I cannot believe this. So nobody's talking? Nobody.
Oh, sorry. I was sending you a message. Weiss said from the judge to the state, corruption, money, and jobs on the line. Deb said, will they do closings tomorrow? I believe that's what the consensus is. They are doing closings tomorrow.
Yeah, they'll have to do the jury charge tomorrow morning. Because he released them, did he, or not, or just give them a break? Do you know?
Right.
Hello?
No, I hear you.
Okay, but break what? Did he release them or just go put them on break?
No, for today? No, it's done for today. He'll see them back tomorrow morning.
Okay, so that'll be jury charge first thing in the morning, or sorry, closing and then jury charge.
Right. Sorry, I was sending you a message.
Probably gonna have to come back and clean this up. But
All right. So what do you want to do? Because this is over for today.
Okay, so is nobody talking?
Not really. It's just not really. I've read the last ones that are up there. The last message was the one I have up where she asked about closings tomorrow, and I said I believe that's what they're doing tomorrow.
Okay, well,
So,
nobody's.
I'm talking about you, Deb.
If nobody's chatting, then are you able to end stream or no?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
But everybody's listening, so you can go ahead and give your goodbye.
Well, I'm just going to give my opinion on this case.
Oh, Deb wants to know also real quick before you do that. You are coming on later tonight, right?
Yeah, I want to talk about the Utah family.
Okay.
But because that just baffles me. What was I going to say? Guys, you know me, and I would like to be somebody that's right now saying Terry's going to get justice. I don't see it happening. I think the state failed her. Her daughter, unfortunately, failed her. I don't think her and her daughter were as close as her daughter would like to pretend they are. Because, again, no daughters leaving their mother in that kind of atmosphere. When I can say I can't stand that my mother is my mother, and I still wouldn't leave her in that atmosphere. That just doesn't sit well with me. They didn't put that accelerator in his hands. They didn't. All they've got is him moving that couch. That's it. They've showed him to be somebody that helped Terry out of a hard situation when she was going to lose her house. That he took over the house and the payments. That helped her daughter get a house. That helped her daughter when her daughter was in a bad way. And helped pay to get her like a new start. Like and this isn't just the defense that allowed this to come out. This was the state putting people on the stand that of course it's going to come out. They show that there was missteps and wrongdoings in the police department. Like
Deb said, I don't see it either. She will get justice, just not on earth. And then said, and anyone here or lurking, hit the like button. Yes, please, everybody, hit that like. And if you haven't subscribed, subscribe.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, so I can't pinpoint to anything that I would convict this man. The only thing that is a question is not that he removed the couch, because I understand why he did it. The only question is why did he dump it where he did? There's nothing, no evidence that was put in front of that jury that would say this man is guilty. Nothing.
Weiss said the state failed this victim. I agree. They absolutely did.
100% failed the victim. And I'm sorry when I say this, and I'm sorry that Terry's daughter lost a mom. But in my opinion, from what I saw, there was no emotion anytime they said something about. Anytime they said something about her mom dying or anything, there was no emotion. I honestly think this child was an adult leech. She knew that her mom had.
She did break down when the jury was out of the room. She did break down into tears. I don't know if possibly they had given her the same instructions that they give lots of family members to not show emotion, but that's a little different when you're on the stand. They don't usually give you that.
I don't know what attorney would tell a victim on the stand to not show your feelings.
Well, no, that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying, you know how like in the gallery, even the family is not supposed to show any emotion because the jury will see that or whatever. But if you're a witness, then it's a little different than just being in the gallery witnessing what's going on. It's hard to explain. So I don't know. I don't know the rules that this judge had going on in the
No, but
courtroom.
I don't give a shit what she did in the gallery. That means nothing. But in front of that jury, in front of
I
the
said on the
jury.
stand.
No, I
She
know,
broke
but what
down
you're
on the
also,
stand.
I know, but what you're saying is they give directions while you're in the gallery, not to make any emotional outbursts or anything like that. I get that.
Right, but
On
what I was
this-
also saying on that was I don't know if the judge had given any instructions that she wasn't to do that in front of the jury. That's all I was saying. That was it. I don't think that's the case.
I would never see a judge, and we've seen it in other American cases, that victims cry. Look at the burn pile. Scott showed emotion. Chris showed emotion. Amanda showed, or not, well, Amanda did too, and Emily did too. So thing is, if you're saying she cried when the jury was out of the room, but on the stand she didn't, I'm thinking she cried when the jury was out of the room because she's like, damn, this is not going the way I wanted it to go.
Well, I said the whole thing is a setup, and Craig gained for political reasons, which comes to money and elections. There was zero truth in this trial.
But where I'm having a hard time seeing is where his political connections are. Where
Blacklister,
his.
thank you for joining us. Blacklister said, thank you for streaming this.
Oh, you're welcome, Black.
And what does everyone think did he do it? Oh, sorry. Did he do it? Yes, absolutely. I believe he did it.
The real question is, does he get convicted of it? No, he doesn't.
I don't think so.
If the jury is an honest jury, there is not one piece of evidence they put forward to show that he done it. Just saying, like I said, I didn't know anything about this trial till it started. I don't know the backgrounds of the families. Look, I'm still asking, what political connection does Craig Lewis have for this to benefit him? But
yeah,
it wasn't about it. I would have even been better off if they said it was like she had this major life insurance. I would have said, okay, there's motive. There's no motive. There's none whatsoever. He was leaving her. She was the one having an affair. He's the one that had money. There's no motive.
There's not.
And that's the thing. Like, I know in my heart of hearts, I know the man did it. But there's no proof. No, nothing. That's the sick part about it. This man is going to get away with murder. Like, now, and there's another thing the jury can look at. Was it because of the burning she died? Or was it because of natural causes that she had? Diabetes. Did she get an infection because of bed sores?
The bed sores, right? It's a lot. Like I said, it's too much doubt. Blacklister said, yeah, I can't believe I never heard of this except for what the daughter said he did the night before.
Right. And that's the big thing for me right there. That's what I can't get over. The night before, you're a daughter. You go to rescue your mom. You watch her get her hand slammed in a door 5 times. Either she was thrown or she was pushed, depending on what question the daughter got. And then you return her back and you don't call the police? Like, if they would have called the police then there'd be a police report of abuse. But that doctor also said, and this is where the state failed big time. That doctor also said never once did she complain about abuse. Never once was she treated for abuse, anything. And that defense attorney, or sorry, the state attorney said nothing. Nothing. I would have said, if it was me, how many times, doctor, have you had abuse patients come in and they don't report it? But you know they're going through abuse. He was an expert witness. She can ask that. She didn't. It's freaking insane. Can you guys hear me or no?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
We're just listening to you.
Like the
Lister
daughter-
said exactly.
Like the daughter not calling the police is a big red flag to me. I'm sorry, it's huge. You know, all they have to do is think this woman went into a manic state. She has bipolar, she's got depression issues. That's a huge, that's a
Oh, and don't forget the dementia. She also has dementia. Who do we know who had dementia who kind of took himself out? Robin Williams.
Oh, true. But
you know, so these are all things that the defense has planted into their. I mean, they didn't use Robin Williams' name, but they planted all these little seeds in the jurors for doubt. They have plenty of doubt.
100%. Like there's not a case. There's nothing I can grab onto to say this man is guilty. I just don't get it. It's a shame.
All right. So what time are you coming on tonight?
I don't know. I gotta work stuff.
I'm only asking because you had said you are.
Yeah, I gotta finish work and then get home and, shower and eat.
Okay.
Because I don't
Have time yet.
I wish
To be continued.
If I'm the only one in my household that makes money, so I have to take care of my house. What?
Are you wrapping a body?
No, I'm trying to open a garbage bag.
Thought you were trying to put a ghost in a bag. Did I lose Rochelle? Blacklistress, nice to meet you too. Thank you for joining us.
No, I was sorry. I was just trying to get my stuff together. Yes, thank you for joining us. Oh, all right. Well, I guess we can call that a show. Well, did anybody hear? I have to ask. Did anybody hear what time they're going to start tomorrow?
I believe 9:30 tomorrow.
Cut. All right. So then I'll have it up and going. I'll be at home. So.
All right. I've got to figure out YouTube or StreamYard.
So yeah, just use I don't know if you can use my outro or not.
Let's go. It's under this and
all right. Thank you everyone. And thank you, Deb, for moderating. I greatly appreciate you. Everybody be nice to each other, nice to yourself, and I will see you later on.
Bye everybody. It's at the wait, why does it give me which video is it?
Come on. The coffee one.
Okay.